Welcome everyone to I think this is episode 9 of live stream reviews by StreamYard. I'm Christian Karasiewicz. I'm the content marketing manager at StreamYard, and this is a show that I do just about every single week, actually, like 3 to 4 times a month on a Saturday at 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I'm really excited again. I mean, for this week's show, we keep making it better and better. At least I think we are, and I hope that you all who are tuning in, are seeing value from this. So I want to say a quick hello, and then I'm going to go and bring on my co-host this week. And you probably know her; you've seen her quite a bit. This is Leticia Campbell. Leticia, good to see you again.
Nice to see you too, Christian.
And I know, one thing you and I have talked about, about doing live stream reviews. The goal of this show is to bring people onto the show and to have them basically bring us tell us what your problems are, your challenges, your issues, your obstacles, whatever those roadblocks are with live streaming, so that we can help you move those obstacles out of the way and keep improving your streams, building and growing them, and just moving them forward.
That's right.
And I know we wanted to talk about, one thing we want to start doing at the beginning of each show is just to quickly talk about just a couple of items that we think are, maybe some questions we've seen in the community or, heard. And I know you had some that you wanted to discuss, right?
Yes, I would love to talk. Like, one thing I know is true, and many of you who are watching can totally agree, live streaming is more than just hitting that go live button, right? You want every single live experience to be the best experience for the people who are watching. And you want people to come back and watch consistently and also bring some more people with them. So what we're going to be talking about today is 9 best practices when it comes to live streaming. And these practices are very much so simple, but what makes it work is doing it on a consistent basis. So I love talking about these best practices because sometimes I have to even go back to these points to make sure that I'm doing my very, very best when it comes to live streaming and making sure that my overall message is being put across to the people who are watching and also the people who are going to watch in the future, because you're really creating that stream for the people who are going to watch a year from now or 2 years from now. So you don't want to just always think like in the now, think like in the future. This is going to be content that you may cut up and use for other things like ads or events or something that you're marketing, or even as social proof, right? So this is going to be a very great conversation. We would love for you guys to hop on and onto the panel and also share your shows and share ask us questions on what help you need for your show as well. Christian?
So do me a favor. What are some of the topics? Like, you want to kind of run through these real quick, and then we can bring people on. I see we've got some comments coming in, which is great.
Yes.
Let's talk about what some of these items are. So, like, what's number 1 in your list, by the way?
Okay, this is so important. I know that for those of us who are streaming, we may get nervous, and this is why we don't do this sometimes. But you got to interact with your viewers. Okay. Even if it's one person, you want to interact, you want to engage. When I first started streaming, I started out on Google Hangout and Periscope. So what I would do is I would shout people out. So whenever I would see somebody hop on my live, I'd be like, "Hey, Linda, thank you so much for tuning in. Where are you watching from?" And they're like, "Oh, okay. She's asking me a question. She wants to know more about me." So I do that a lot. Sometimes you can tell when you're going live, especially if you have another device on the side of you. You could tell when people are leaving the stream and coming back. So let's say if I'm shouting out Linda, I'm like, "Hey, Linda, thank you so much for joining my live." And all of a sudden, 5 minutes down the line, I see her pop back on my live. I say, "Hey, Linda, welcome back." You know what I mean? So it like gives your audience knowing that you're not just giving some great content, but you're also calling them out and knowing that they're there, knowing that their presence is there. So with live streaming, guys, you have to be engaging. You have to interact with your viewers. It just keeps them coming back. And when you remember their names, too, the next time you go live and you say, "Hey, thank you so much for watching watching another show." Like, I always shout out my OG viewers. Like, I have viewers, like 10 to 20 viewers that I always see on my live. So I say, "Hey, shout out to my OG viewers, my viewers that are always hopping on, watching, engaging, and stuff like that." So you got to interact with your viewers. It's so important.
Yeah, definitely. Interaction is key, and I like the point that you just made about about like highlighting the people that you consistently see
all the time
tuning into your show. For example, I know, like, I'm just looking through the comments here. I mean, I see like USA Livestream again. I mean, like USA Livestream's been on. So She's always consistently tuning in. I see
Yes.
NLTMW here as well. Again, I can't necessarily highlight the user, but I can at least call them out. I'm highlighting a comment they have, and we'll get to that in a second. But yeah, definitely make sure you're highlighting who your users are. And you're interacting with them. Now, the second one I want to talk about, and this is testing your equipment.
Yes.
So we were a few minutes late because Leticia and I were working through a couple of equipment issues, if you notice, my lighting is a little bit different this week. My microphone, it used to be up here, and I had this piece here, so I made some adjustments, and we were making sure it looked good. Make sure you test your equipment. And here's the thing about equipment for live streaming: just because it works one week does not necessarily mean it's going to work the next week. I can attest this. Like, I've done large live events of like 20,000 plus people. And every time we put these events on, we would always have a sound check. We'd always, have a run through. Didn't matter if it was the first show or the 10th show that you had done. We always tested the equipment. And that's because something could have broken. It could have broken because things wear out. So, for example, it could have been a cable. It could have actually been the camera. It could have been the audio. So, like, things I always recommend, it's not just testing the equipment, but always make sure you have, if you can, try to have a bit of a spare as well. And for example, let's talk webcams real quick. So if you have, a webcam, like a physical webcam you're using, and let's say something happens to that, your backup, not that you have to have two webcams, for example, because they can be, $150 or so. You have the built-in webcam on your computer, or you have your phone that can be used as a webcam. So you have a potential backup. Now, the other thing though is the angle of cables. So if some equipment ever breaks, first thing I always tell people, I don't tell them go to the store and buy new equipment. I tell them to unplug the cable and replug it in, restart the device. And then if the cable, if you plug the cable in and plug it back in and it's still not working, get another cable and plug it in, because chances are your cable is actually the problem, not the actual equipment. So that's what I always tell people. And then as far as starting your show, make sure you join about 10 to 15 minutes ahead of time at minimum. 15 minutes is honestly pushing it. And this is where you can do your sound check. You can have a general chat with your audience, let them know maybe what the run of show is going to be like, or what questions are going to have for them. Typically, I try to actually send people this information beforehand, literally like the day or a couple of days beforehand, so they can properly prepare, as opposed to just have them show up. So I think that's really important. So Leticia, do you want to take number 3, by the way, in this list?
Yes. Number 3 was you got to go in with a plan. You have to go in with a plan. Definitely know what your topic is going to be. Know what your bullet points is going to be. That's very important. Know when to make your call to action, which we're going to talk about that in a little bit. But have some type of run of show, even if you're by yourself, especially if you're with a guest. Sometimes you have guests that become a little bit too chatty. So you want to make sure you have that ultimate plan. And what's the ultimate goal of the show? Because a lot of times I realize when people are starting to comment and they're starting to chat, you want to answer each and every single question. You want to engage with each and every single person, but you also want to remain on topic, which Christian and I always talk after we do the show. Him and I sort of have a production meeting after the show. We talk about, what we went over, the topic, and those of you who hopped on as guests and those of you who are commenting, and we talk about those things because we want to have a plan each and every single time that we show up. That's what makes the shows interesting. That's what allows you to feel more organized. Every show I do, I always have some type of production meeting after, because that's what really the real, planning starts to happen, is once you do it, then you have a meeting after. But having that plan is so important. Yes, we want to hit that go live button, but we always want to have a plan of what's the overall message, what's the overall goal of this live. So the minute you hit the in live button, you accomplish that goal, you accomplish that plan, right?
Definitely. So I'm going to have you take number 4 as well, by the way, in this list. And so number 4 is to have a clear call to action. So what does that mean?
Yeah, CTA. You guys probably heard that before, call to action. So let me say this. Most of us have websites, right? We have websites, and a lot of times when we go live, we tell people to go to our .com. But
Mhm.
websites can sometimes be distracting. So if you have some type of hyperlink or some type of short links, I know, Christian, you have some suggestions. I use Bitly a lot, where people can go
Mhm.
to that go straight to whatever it is that you're offering or whatever it is that you're talking about. Same thing as like if you're building traffic to your group, maybe create some type of short link for your group so people can type that in and go straight to the group and join the group. If you have a wait list, let's say if you're a course creator or service provider, you may want to take that person straight to that page to where they can opt into your email list to join your wait list. So whatever it is that you're offering, because people are so busy, like I'm a mother of 5, there's times where I want people to give me information, takes me straight to what it is that they're talking about. If I have to sift through things like a Rolodex,
Yeah.
my attention goes off. So having those short links that takes people straight to whatever it is that you're talking about is very much so important, and it does boost up your conversion rate because people are not sitting there finding things. Like I was on somebody's live the other day, and they say, "Yeah, just fish through my website or fish through this, and you'll find it." And they're like, "Why do I have to fish through it? You're the one offering it. Show me where
Mhm.
exactly it is." So you don't want it to be like a car dealership where you go there and you're like, "Oh my God, there's Hondas, there's Lamborghinis, there's Teslas." Like you want to go straight to what it is that you want to use as a vehicle to wherever it is that you're going. That is so important. You have to have a call to action, guys, when you go live. I think that is, I know we like to go live sometimes and just do like a day in the life conversation and what have you, but definitely send your audience somewhere. You got to send your audience somewhere so that way they can keep being connected to you. So that's what having a clear call to action. That's why I added that word clear, because if you're just sending them to a place where they have to search for where it is you want them to go to, don't think that you're going to get the results that you want. That's the whole thing of having that clear call to action.
And I just want to highlight, the call to action point. The one point you just made, which I think is
Mm-hmm.
actually really important, is the fact that um, don't just tell people go to your website. For example,
Mm-hmm.
you need to have pages set up on your site. So, for example, you could have, like I have an email newsletter on my own blog.
Mm-hmm.
But like, if I give somebody like, hey, like for example, StreamYard, if I want to give you a link to our blog that we have, just tell you, hey, go to streamyard.com/blog. That's
Yeah.
one way. But then
Mm-hmm.
another thing I can do also is on my own, like, because we host our own site, and this works for your personal site as well as if your company, you can set up a URL redirect.
Mm-hmm.
For example, I run my show Social Chatter, and you probably hear
Great
me talk about
show.
this, but
Great show.
my graphic, by the way, thanks, by the way. So my graphic has the URL on it, but it's socialchefs.com/live. And then what I do behind the scenes every single week is I have it set up to redirect. So that
Mm-hmm.
way, if I'm ever like if I'm talking to Leticia, like, hey, Leticia, I want you to tune into my show this week. I don't have to say like, go to YouTube and
Yep.
look up the video or
Mm-hmm.
go to my website and try to find it. I give her the URL, and that URL will automatically redirect her where I want it to go.
Mm-hmm.
So I make it easy on my guests. There's
Mm-hmm.
lots of ways you can do this, but that can be done, for example, through your website host. So if you're using like Bluehost or WP Engine or any of those kinds of things, they have redirects you can set up.
Yep.
If you're a WordPress user, you can use some tools like let's see, there's one called Tasty Pins.
Mm-hmm.
There's a couple more as well. So if anybody has questions, message me. I'm happy to, if you're using something, I'm happy to tell you
Yeah.
if that's good or bad or whatever. But those are some of the ones I like. One thing about Bitly you do have to be careful with is think of it like this: if everyone is using the same URL shortener, so like
Mm-hmm.
Letitia's using it and I'm using it, and let's say there's someone else is using it, and Leticia and I use it for like good purposes, but we
Mm-hmm.
have one person that's using it for bad purposes,
Mm-hmm.
that affects everyone.
Yep.
And so
Yep.
it affects everyone. And as a result, for example, then you go to put that on Facebook. Facebook might say, hey, we can't share this link. It's nothing to
Mm-hmm.
do with you.
Mm-hmm.
It's just because Facebook says, we don't know what kind of links are being shared off of this. So they
Exactly.
block all of them. So that's why
Yeah.
it's good to have what Neil's World here says, a 301 redirect, which is
That's
essentially
right.
you're telling your website host, when someone goes to this URL, I want to automatically direct them to
Mm-hmm.
another place. So definitely go check that one out.
And you gotta test it too. Test it in incognito mode. Like we set up a page yesterday, and I sent it out to my VA, and if for some reason it's not showing up the way it's supposed to be, so you want to test another part of testing. When you gotta test your equipment, but you also got to test whatever link to make sure that everything's being positioned on that is mobile friendly and also, desktop friendly as well. That's very much so. Send it to somebody else too and say, hey, can you just check this link out? I want to make sure that the videos are playing, that everything is where it needs to be. Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah. And so what I want to do here real quick, by the way, we've got like 4 more points, I think, real quick. I just want to run through these real quick.
Yeah.
We'll revisit any of them unless you guys want us to keep going through them. And then we get to reviewing your live streams. Do me a favor, leave me a comment and let me know what you want us to actually do. Because we're happy to we're here for you. We're not here for ourselves. So we want to help you all. So leave us a comment if you're like, hey, keep going with the list, or let's get to some live streams. I know we got John here backstage and
hey, John.
Belmont here as well. Okay, so number 5, I want to talk about this one. This is to promote your live stream in advance.
That's right.
Quick show of hands, in the comments. Actually, I'd love it if you'd put a comment. How far in advance do you promote your live show? Or do you not promote it at all? Do you just go live, or are you promoting it a week at a time? Do you have a website set up? How are you promoting your show? And while we're waiting for people to comment here, let me just look through what we got here. So we got Leticia. She's saying 7 days in advance. So 7 days in advance, because on Facebook you can only promote 7 days in advance.
Yeah.
Henry Helvetica here saying 2 to 3 weeks.
Oh, that's good.
Twitter, good one. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Very good ones. Yeah. Mart here is telling us to finish the points. Bernadine to finish the points first, actually.
Okay, cool.
Bernadine's saying 2 weeks out, both on Instagram and Facebook. Neil's World 2 days in advance. 2 hours. Will Russell 2 hours. What I guess my point that I want to get to with this is, just because, for example, Facebook says you can only create the live 7 days in advance, it doesn't mean you can't promote the live early.
That's right.
And it could just be like a graphic, for example. You create a graphic a template basically that you use every single week, and it might have your show title, it might have an episode number, maybe a time and a date that changes, so what the date and the time, or you should know what that is ahead of time. But the fact that you're not going live until that day, no big deal. Put the graphics out there. It needs to be part of your marketing plan. So you need to be marketing your audience to let them know ahead of time. If you just, for example, say, hey, I'm going to go live an hour before, sometimes you'll hit a mark and it'll work, but that's not going to always be the case. People have lives, and they try to plan around what they watch, how much they watch, when they watch.
Absolutely. Yeah. I like that 2 to 3 weeks thing. I definitely need to bump up my announcement, early advancement thing when it comes to promoting my shows. So I do like that. But for the most part, I do 7 days, but I would like to increase that just to get more and more people, on the live. Yep.
And so a couple of things, as I mentioned, it might work if you just sporadically go live, but it doesn't always work. I will say this: when I first did live stream reviews, I forgot to schedule it ahead of time. The first episode I did it, and it actually had a ton of views.
You did.
I scheduled it like 30 minutes ahead of time. However, I've been getting in the habit now of, after this show, okay, so on Sunday or Monday, I start scheduling for the following week. And that way I give people some time. And we also try to promote it across all of the other things that we do as well. So don't forget about that. It doesn't just have to be on a social media platform. If you're, for example, invited as a guest on someone's show, ask them if you're allowed to promote an event. Some of them will say, yeah, you can promote an event. Some of them will say, no, I don't want you to, but you might as well ask, because then that also gets you potentially into another audience, and it gets you a couple people, a few more people to tune in. The other key thing about this, by the way, people are, they're talking about how, they're talking about some surprise live streams. But the key thing here is you have to try to do some things ahead of time, because people like to work ahead of time. I mean, honestly, if you look at I'll speak from past experience working with big Fortune 500 companies, everything we did was planned out ahead of time. Yeah. So we're not talking, it was planned out a week ahead of time. It was planned out a month ahead of time.
Yeah.
2 months ahead of
And
time.
people take you more seriously when they see that you're consistent with planning out and marketing your live streams as advanced as possible. They make room in your schedule for it. And someone asked about Mart asked about any promotional templates for live stream. You could just use something like simple as Canva, you know what I'm saying, to
Yeah.
create one. And that's a great idea, and you can always change it as time goes. You may say, well, I prefer this rather than that, you know what I mean? So yeah, I get it. Some people are last minute and they may only find out about the day of, but you want those people who are like religious fans, you know what I mean, who look for you to do that show. And how are they going to look for you if you're not promoting it? Yeah.
Definitely. And I just dropped a link, by the way, to some templates that I'd worked on with Easel. So
Oh,
it's a
good.
design company, and they actually put together a bunch of live stream templates
Oh,
and
that's
overlays you
amazing.
could use. So like there's like a pack, but then it's like, okay, I only need like 2 or 3 of these. Then you can just use the ones you want for the platform.
Absolutely.
But definitely go check those out. There's also a video as well to show you how those work. But okay, so number
Mhm.
5. Okay, so now let's get to number 6. So number 6 is making time for Q&A.
Yeah.
Let's talk about that one real quick, Leticia. Why is that
Yeah.
important?
I like to do that because you have to say it like, hey guys, towards the end, I'm going to open it up for questions, or I'm going to get to you guys questions towards the end, especially if you want to get through the content. Like what we're doing now, we want to get through these talking points and then have you awesome people who are in the rating area come on and ask your questions. So that's a great idea too. So people are going to start thinking. See, you got to think of the psychology of the mind. People are not going to think to do something unless you point them out to do it. So when you say, hey guys, I'm going to open it up in just 5 minutes for Q&A,
Yeah.
now they're going to think of questions to ask you. But if you don't say that, they're not going to think of questions to ask you, right? And they say if you don't say that and you do wait to the end, that may be too short of a time for them to think of a question to ask you. So definitely say that in your lives. Like, hey guys, towards the end, I'm going to answer y'all powerful questions. What I always say, powerful women ask powerful questions. So now they're in the chat like, well, I'm a powerful woman, so let me ask a question, So it's like you got to do things like that to prompt people to ask, because that's part of engaging too as well. You're getting more people to comment, which ranks very high on your streams.
And one other point that I want to make about that real quick. So making time for Q&A, and it's the fact that, well, don't always assume, like, it's sometimes difficult to get people to ask questions. Let's go back to like when you were in school. So if you were in, elementary school, middle school, high school, college, it really doesn't matter. People are afraid to raise their hands and ask a question. And a lot of times people do that because they're afraid of being wrong. They're afraid of being ridiculed, and here's the thing. That could have happened 20, 30, 40 years ago, but it sticks with you. And so,
yes, it does.
Don't be afraid to ask questions. For example, on this, there are no silly questions. You can come on and ask us any question you want. We'll answer them. And we're not going to like be like, well, hey, that's a bad question, or that's like, we're not going to answer that one because it's a stupid question. Like, we don't do that. We're going to answer your questions. And what I'm getting at is that, like, if you're, for example, doing your live show and you just go in with the mindset that people are not going to ask you questions when you ask them if they have questions. So what you need to do is prepare just a handful, 2 to 3 questions. They could be some basic questions that you ask your audience to kind of, almost like an icebreaker. So you do a couple of questions, and that kind of will hopefully get people, like, it might be like, well, hey, maybe the first 2 might not work. And that third one, boom, all of a sudden people start asking questions. So make sure you prepare some questions. Okay. So now let's do number 7 real quick. And then we got one more after that. So number 7, Leticia, this one's all you.
Create that consistent schedule. So I'm gonna just be honest, like I don't necessarily have like a full force schedule with sometimes when I do go live, if it's a busy week, but I let people know that I am going live next Saturday or next Sunday, what have you. But yeah, create that consistent schedule for the most part of what days you're going to go live, what time, so that you can let your audience knows. So if I'm doing, like, I have a couple of shows that I do, but there's one particular show that I do a schedule for, which is every Saturday at a certain time. So you want to do that to get consistent on that schedule. It does help a lot, especially if you want people to come back over and over and over again, and play around with it, guys. Like if you notice that going live at 7 p.m. is, you're not really getting that much engagement or people watching, then maybe you could bumping it up. Like I had one show where I literally change it from 8 to 8:30. All of a sudden at 8:30, people started to pop on in drones. So, play around with the time. If it's a new show, or if it's a show that you're rebranding, just play around with the time. Ask your audience which time works best for them. Hey guys, should I show up tomorrow 8 o'clock or 8:30? Take a poll, so that way those who choose the time, they're definitely going to show up at that particular time. So create some schedule with it, play around with the timing. When people ask me what's the best time, nobody can really answer that question. It really all depends upon your audience, right? So you just want to make sure that at the end of the day, you do create some form of consistency. And then once you get that momentum going, you want to then cue to your audience to ask them, well, which time do they want you to show up?
Definitely. Yeah, no, these are really good points. And so I'm going to do number 8 real quick here.
Yep.
And number 8 is to encourage your audience to share your live stream. And it's not like it doesn't need to be like, hey, every time you start your show, hey guys, don't forget to go share the live stream. This is where you can even invite your guest, or your guest, or even the people watching. I know NLTMW, for example, a lot of times he will he'll be promoting the show for us, and we're not asking him to, and we love the fact that he does that, because here's the thing: if you like what you're watching, why not invite your friends to take part as well?
Absolutely.
So encourage the audience to share, and the other thing is, this gets outside of that echo chamber. It gets outside of you talking to just yourself, to the same, 3 or 5 people that are tuning into your show necessarily, or even just the same audience. It helps you also bring in some new people as well. So feel free to encourage people to share your live stream and make it easy for them to do that. Okay. So I actually, you know what? I want to add one more tip. I want to add a bonus tip real quick. Okay.
Woo-woo.
So I got a little bonus tip, and this bonus tip is, and you'll see us do this at the end of these shows, we will remind you about the next show.
That's right.
And this is because we've planned ahead of time. We know exactly when we're going live. For example, at the end, we have a couple of really good shows coming up that we want to make sure we tell you about, so that, if they're interesting to you, you can tune in. But if you have, a show planned out every week, you're going to do the show on Thursdays, for example, or Fridays, or whatever day it is. Make sure you are reminding your guest about what that next show is. Don't assume that they're going to go look at your website and look at your schedule. Don't assume that, if you mention it at the beginning, you can't mention it again at the end. You should always drive home or reiterate some of those points.
Right.
Multiple times.
Right.
Bonus tip is remind them about your show. And that could be just verbally doing that. You can create an overlay, for example, that has your next show, like coming soon or upcoming. You could, if you know who the guest is going to be in the topic, you could tell them who that guest is. For example, I know we do an episode on StreamYard called Live Stream Review, called Learn with StreamYard. Sorry. And it's a tutorial based show where, for example, we had 2 weeks ago, we talked about camera positioning. And at the end of that show, we knew who our guest was going to be for the following show. And so we said, hey, here's the graphic, here's the person, here's the date and time, here's the topic. So that if somebody said, hey, that's a good topic, they now want to learn more about what's next, they know when to tune in, what they're tuning in for. So, okay, cool. So I want to just ask one question, I guess, to everyone that's watching. What do you think? Do you like the fact that we kind of went through this little exercise at the beginning of the show? Now we're going to review your stream. So is it too long, too short? Would you like more on that? Do me a favor, leave us a comment. And what we're going to do is we'll take all that in consideration when we do our after show meeting, and talk about what the next show is going to be like.
Yes.
So yeah, do us a favor, leave that. Now, one other quick point I want to make. So now what we're going to do is we're going to review your live streams. And we just have some very simple things. So the first thing is, if you want to join the show, you want us to come on the show, ask your question, and we'll answer it. Use, for example, well, first off, if you have a question in general, just put #ask in the comments, preferably at the beginning, and we will do our best to get to all those questions. If you have a feature request, put #feature. I'm also taking notes on this as well. So this way we can make sure we capture all of your feature requests as well. And then in addition to that, if you do want to join us backstage, I'm going to drop the link right now. We got a couple of people back here. But if you want to join us backstage, simply go to this link. The only thing we ask, first off, is turn your webcam on. So I know like Linda said she was having some issues. So she's backstage. She's having issues. So she couldn't get her webcam on because she had some software sometimes hijacks the webcam. So she's going to come on, but turn your webcam on. Tell us who you are, what your business is, and then ask a question. We'll do 1 to 2 questions. And then, if we get a lot of people waiting, then what we'll do is we'll circle back and answer additional questions. And if you're in the comments and you leave a question, we don't get to it, do me a favor, just put hashtag ask again, and we'll do our best to get to it.
Absolutely.
So, Leticia, where do you want to go first?
Let's go to USA Today.
Okay, cool.
USA.
So, is that Salamat? Is that
Salamat?
Right?
Yes.
Okay, so Salamat. Okay, so cool. So Salamat, tell us who you are. I know who you are, but tell our viewers who you are, what your show is about, and then a question.
Yes.
Hey, how you doing? Hello, everyone. Hey, how are you?
How are you? How are you doing? This is USA live stream, and of course, before I ask a question,
I think she's low.
So I think your mic actually is unplugged, by the way.
Oh, okay. So,
because we're not hearing any of it.
let me see if I can do this. Just 1 second. Okay.
That's much better, actually. Yes.
Much better.
And then move the mic down. The mic is by your ear, I think. So if you tilt that down.
Okay. So can you hear me now?
Hello. It's a little bit better.
Is it okay now?
Yeah, I think that's a little bit better. Yes.
Much better. Yes.
Okay. So, okay. I can say good morning, good afternoon to each and every one of you who are actually watching the Christian Karasiewicz and Leticia Campbell. Okay. So anyway, what I do in my YouTube channel, actually, I do tutorial, unboxing, reviews, and much more because I love doing so many things. So anyway, the reason I want to come up here in your live stream is because I have a question, because last week I took note that I have to rearrange my category, right? Remember? So I rearrange my YouTube forefront between the new upload and whatnot. So my question, since I am using the StreamYard, we have overlay and background in the setting right in front of the, what do you call that, StreamYard. We can actually paste or post the overlay. But my question is that how can I do the presentation like Leticia did? Because also I went to Leticia's Campbell live stream. I have a thumbnail that I want to use during my presentation, but when I click on the share, it's only videos and files, but I don't know how to insert. Is it okay if you can show me?
Yeah. So what I use, So what I did was that presentation that I showed, I did it through PowerPoint. Mm-hmm. So I created the presentation prior to the stream, and then when you click share, right, you go to share screen, and then you go to that file where my PowerPoint was. So when I pulled it up, I was able to, click through it. You could also use like Google Slides as well. Using Google Slides may be just a little bit more easier. I just like PowerPoint because I'm old school and we just like to use PowerPoint. But you could definitely use Google Slides for that. And that was just like a simple presentation that I just did on my computer and then just uploaded it onto the screen, onto the stream.
So that is different from StreamYard. So we have to create, like, for example, the PowerPoint. So what I have to do, drag it down to the desktop, right? Like in the front, and then I don't need the Chrome. I mean, it's like a little bit confusing for me.
So,
no.
So actually, I actually just dropped a link. We did a video and a tutorial on that actual topic.
Yes.
Basically, what you do is this. So if you want to, like, let's say you want to make a slideshow presentation with images or something.
Oh, okay.
So you would bring those into Google Slides.
Okay.
And then Google Slides So what I do is I split the screen. So like here, I'll show you what this looks like. Let's see. So I'm going to share my screen with you all so you can see this, but this is basically what I do. So I split my screen like this. And so let's say, oh, sorry, you can't see that. Here we go. So I split my screen like this. So for example, on the left side, I might have my Google Slides presentation. And on the right, I have my StreamYard dashboard where I can see all my comments and I can see all of the stuff that's going on. And then all I have to do is then use the screen share feature that's down here at the bottom. As you can see, I'm using it right now. I use the screen share feature and I select. So I create my presentation in Google Slides. I then start it. And then I select it as a screen share and it will show in my StreamYard dashboard. Like it won't have the borders or any of the other stuff around it.
Okay.
So that should be all you have to do. I'd recommend, check out that tutorial that we did. There's also a written part of it as well with step-by-step instructions. But check that out. And we're more than happy to answer those questions if you get stuck on any of that.
Yeah.
And
once you do it, play around with it first, like do like a test live and just play around with it as well.
And since Christian have brought a bonus information, how to do the split screen. You know me, I'm going to ask questions.
Sure. No, that's
how
fine.
to do a split screen.
Okay, so let me see if I can show you how to do this. Okay, so are you on a PC or a Mac? Let's ask that question
Mac.
first.
Yeah.
Mac. Actually, I have a tool for you. And for those of you who don't know me, I love tools. But here's the thing. I love tools because they help me accomplish things. They're not just like, oh, I'm adding another tool. So this is actually a $3 tool that I purchased from the Mac App Store. It's actually called Better Snap Tool.
Okay,
and,
let me write it down.
Here, I'll show you what it looks like, and I'll drop a link to this. It's literally this tool. And so what's really cool about it is that I can define quadrants on my screen. And so the way that it works here, I'll actually minimize this. I'm going to stop sharing this and I'll show you how this works. Okay. So let's say I want to, here, I'll show you this. Okay. So you see how I have this window on the right. Oops, there we go. Okay. So you see that I have this window here on the right, right? So you see I have this window right here. And you see how I'm like, okay, so like one way I can do this obviously is like, I can just create a new window and I can just, drag it and reposition it how I want it to be, right?
Wow.
Okay.
Okay.
So this would allow me to have one screen and essentially two splits. Now, what this tool does, and you'll see this here in a second, if I want to let's say, say I'm like, okay, I have my two windows open and I don't want to do all the dragging around. Beforehand, I define what the split of the screens was going to be like. If I want it split down the middle, I create two windows and I set up in the tool how to do this. So now here's all I have to do. So if I'm like, okay, I'm ready for the show, I just drag this. You see how it creates this bounding box? It automatically resizes to the window that I set. And then the same thing would happen for this right side as well.
That's great.
That's really awesome.
I like that a lot.
Done. I don't have to mess with figuring out where the edges are. I just drag to where the actual bounding box is I set. And you can make change the resolution you're using and so forth. So there's lots of different things you can do with that. So I hope that helps.
Okay, last question.
That's great.
Before I let you guys go, one more question. I tried for the first time doing a live streaming using StreamYard, but the sounds for some reason is delayed. I mean, I was like, hello, how are you? How you doing? And then by the time the StreamYard kick in, even though I already turned on the live, it was so delayed. I think 5 to 10 minutes, and I don't know what's going on. And the sounds also in YouTube and Facebook has different type of sounds. YouTube is clear, but Facebook is making all this electric fan sound, psh. So what to do?
Part of it, the first thing I'd say is that it's the one thing I said earlier, which is first off, restart your computer. So make sure there's no that cleans out all the gunk. Sometimes it doesn't release the resources your computer might need. So restart your computer. Second thing would be unplug your devices and just plug it back in. Sometimes, for example, it could be sometimes cables get crossed. And so they do cause interference. If you have a smartphone, for example, if you have a smartphone, these actually can cause a lot of interference. If they're even just near the cables, like in some cases, if it's like, it's not on the cable, but it's like next to you, it can actually cause interference and cause some of that crackling. The other thing also is it very well could be Facebook, honestly. It could very well be Facebook because Facebook could have a bug at the time. So that's highly possible, actually, that could be causing that issue. But that's what I would try. Restart the computer, replug in the things, see if the noise is still there. And then, like, for example, if you hear for example, a cell phone has a very distinct noise that it will make when it's interfering with something. It'll be like a pulsing buzz. And so just know, like, hey, you know what are the things that I have around me that could be causing this? If it's like a phone, for example, is nearby, let me move it to the side. This is some testing that you should always be doing and trying to pay attention to. Does that make sense?
Yes. And what if, only if, parenthesis, what if we have a suggestion to Gig and Dan to have a noise reduction, also adjustment, since StreamYard actually works with straight line with the browser. You know what I mean?
I can make a note of a feature request. Yeah. I mean, I know we've had people ask about, they've asked about like a noise reduction feature. So
your phone's ringing.
I can make a note.
I have to turn it down.
No worries. But that's for that. I'd recommend, sometimes like if you're using a mixer, mixers have, they have noise gates and settings on them that you can enable to turn things on and turn things off. Like, for example, there's a feature where I can put for example, it's a noise gate. And so when I talk, it'll sound weird because it actually like listens and adjusts. So, but it does have features to be able to improve the sound to reduce some of that noise. The other thing also is if your fan on your computer's kicking in, don't put your depending on the microphone, like this mic is pointing up towards me. So if I like talk down here like this, you can't hear it as well, right? And so that's something to keep in mind as well.
You can hear me because it was so down, and then I'm using this. Okay, sounds great.
This one is the one you're using, I think, by the way. I don't think the one on your desk is working at the moment. I think it's this one, the headset. Okay. But keep in mind with that. So for example, if you got that headset on, you got that computer right there in front of you. It very well could be that picking up the sound of the fan on the computer.
Okay.
So that just means you probably need more airflow under the computer, or you just, you maybe put it on a stand so that it can circulate some air underneath it. So,
okay.
Awesome.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank
Awesome.
you. Thank you, Leticia. I love you. Okay. I love you guys. Thank you. Okay.
Okay. So let's do this. We got a lot of comments here. Actually, I'm going to bring in a couple of comments here, and then we're going to keep going through all these questions. Lots of stuff.
Yes.
So I want to thank everybody for being patient. John and Linda and Martin and Heat Army podcast as well. Thanks for hanging out backstage with us. Okay, so which question do you want to start with, Leticia?
Okay. A lot of people were asking that shares that the screen you were showing where you could have multiple screens. They were saying, can we do that in PC? Do you have any suggestions or recommendations?
So PC actually has
users?
that built in. So it's actually built in on a PC. Actually, if you do me a favor, how about if you do this, if you could just keep running the show, I have a PC here and I will try and let me see if I can actually get this set up. And if I can, we can actually demo that. So let me let you run some of the comments and I'll work on this. Okay.
Yes. So Samuel, Christian's going to definitely put that in as a feature request. A lot of people have been asking for that feature. All right. So
which feature is that?
Stuff.
Which features do you have?
Let me go back. He mentioned something about ground loop noise. Would you recommend a ground loop isolated? If you have ground loop noise, would you recommend a ground loop isolated?
Can you tell me I'd like to know more about what you've got going on.
Yeah, it's funny because someone asked about that last week, something that isolates the noise around us, like StreamYard can have some type of feature for that.
Yeah, so I can I think part of it is going to be the microphone that you're using.
Yeah.
And I'm not like looking to tell you like go get another microphone, but part of it is the microphone you're using. A lot of times people have, for example, they're using a dynamic mic. They're using a condenser mic. For example, if you're using the Blue Yeti, sometimes people have it facing the wrong way. Sometimes they have the wrong setting on the front. For example, so right now I'm talking into my microphone. So I'm going to pull this up. So this is my mic. And the thing is, everything that I talk about, like I'm far away now. I'm not even like a foot away. I'm like this far away, for example. And so, this mic is designed for me to speak into it. So now if I happen to have a computer, if I had the mic head facing the other way, and like, let's say there was a computer underneath it and there was fan noise, for example, it's going to pick up that noise. So then the same thing for the Blue Yeti. The Blue Yeti is this big desktop mic. So if you're sitting there typing on a keyboard, it's picking up all the things you're doing. So what people do is they'll put it on basically what this is. This is called a boom arm. They'll put it on something like that and move it off of their desk so that as they're typing, it's not necessarily picking up the additional sounds. But do me a favor, if there's any additional info you have on that, G. Samuel, let me know. I definitely want to help answer it. I just need to understand a little bit more about it. Okay, Leticia, let's go through a couple more comments here.
Yes, Eve had a good comment. He said, on Monday night, we're doing a live stream charity fundraiser on YouTube. Will StreamYard's link to the YouTube fundraiser feature okay?
So I definitely need some more info there. So you're doing a charity fundraiser. I'm not sure StreamYard's link to the YouTube fundraiser feature. Yeah, I need some more info on what that is. I can't tell if you're like, hey, would you guys sponsor that? I can't tell if you're asking if there's a technical question there. So do me a favor and let me know about that. Okay, Leticia, let's see. I know Linda's got a question here. She asked about, do you have any advice for presenting live music on StreamYard? I do an interview show featuring guests who play music on the show. Love the ease and features, but the audio less than stellar. Okay, so one thing to remember about playing music, and I think you're talking about playing an instrument, right? So there are certain types of microphones to use. That's the first thing. So you can't just put any microphone with the instrument, because they're basically the bottom line is this and the instrument are conflicting. So like you have sound waves, and for example, if it's like if somebody doesn't wear headphones. For example, if I don't wear headphones and I've got the speaker over and I'm talking to the mic, what's happening is then I'm talking, the sound waves are coming out, and then that is conflicting with the mic. So then they're basically the patterns and things like that are conflicting. So as a result, you're going to end up with garbled sound. So part of it is they need to have potentially a different kind of mic, a mic that is designed for picking up musical instruments. I've got let me see if I can remember his name. I've got a friend. He actually plays music on his live streams, and his name is, let me get his name real quick. But he plays music and it sounds fantastic. He was playing guitar, for example, and it sounded great. So you do have to have the right studio type of mic. Let me see. His name was Rebby Soul, actually. So he's a musician. I know he plays music and he's not had issues with playing music. So it's because of the mic, though, the way he's using it. So that's something to keep in mind. And then as far as the question about recognizing external mic from an iPhone, you can't use an external mic with the iPhone for StreamYard, at least. For example, if you're using an app, there are apps that will like the app has a different interface or API call that can hook into to control the mic. So like they build into the app the ability to access an external mic. Sometimes you have to restart your phone and then you can plug in that, and that mobile app will actually recognize it. However, StreamYard is browser based, so therefore when you're using like Chrome's not going to let you use the mobile app will not let you use an external mic. It basically defaults back to the default. So the only way you're going to get around that is they're going to have to plug in a headset. For example, they're going to have to plug in like the headphones with the mic into the device if they want to actually potentially be able to do that. I'd recommend if they're using like an Apple iPhone, use the iPhone headphones. Those typically will work the best in that case because it is Apple's product.
Mm-hmm.
as opposed to trying to use an external third-party external mic potentially.
That's a great
Yeah.
point.
So, okay, so keep going. Let's go through some more questions here, and then we'll bring on John.
Carolina asked about how long. What's the best place to place the mic?
Well, I think she should. We need to know what kind of mic she's using. For example, like I mean, in our case, like we're putting our mic literally an inch or two off of our face.
Yeah.
So it depends on what type of mic. So that's because I'm using a Shure SM7B. In your case, I know Leticia, yours is pretty close, right?
Yeah, it's pretty close to my mouth. Yeah.
And then there's some people here, depending on what they're trying to capture. So for example, there's people that will put a boom arm. So basically it's a pole with a microphone attached. They'll put it over top of them. And the thing is, it will pick up you, but it will pick up everything else that's going on.
Yeah.
So it really depends on the type of mic you have, and what you're looking to capture. So just keep that in mind.
Yeah. Great question, though.
Okay, keep going. Let's keep going.
Okay.
Remember, put hashtag ask if you have a question,
that's
by the way.
Eve asked a question. You see his?
No, do me a favor, bring that one up.
I sure will.
YouTube's a fundraiser feature for the live streams. Okay, so I'm actually not familiar with the YouTube fundraiser feature. Know about like super chats, and I know super chats will show up.
Yes, those will show up.
Let me see. So is this the YouTube giving fundraiser?
I'm like you. I'm not familiar with it, but
no,
yeah,
I'm hopefully Eve can actually bring this up. They could do it directly on the video watch page or in live chat. So I think that it actually would work. I mean, it is a super chat feature. So here's the thing. If you want to test this offline with me, I'm happy to like have a set up like a test stream, and we can see if we can if the feature will actually show up. I mean, it says I just need to show up in YouTube Studio, select the monetization, then turn on the giving feature. Like I don't have the giving feature, so I create a fundraiser. Yeah, it looks like it'll have a donate button. So I think that it will work, but we can test it if you want to. Just okay, cool. Let's see let's do 2 more questions, and then we're going to answer some questions. And I'm also, by the way, I'm trying to also look up the get the Windows PC set up.
Yes, we're going to get that for you. Yeah, someone asked about super chats, Coach Erica. You'll see that when your YouTube channel is now monetized, right?
Yeah.
Right, Christian? Yep.
Yeah.
So get that monetized, mamas.
Let's see. Okay, so there's one question. Let's do one more, and then I'm gonna let you take over things while I figure out the PC side so I can show this. Let's see. Arab immigrants. Here, I'll bring that one up real quick. So, is it possible to have comments from Facebook and YouTube running live on the screen? So I know that would be like a theme change. I know we're always working on new themes. I know at the moment we don't set it up to where you can have all the comments running on your screen. I think that's what you're looking for. We do it where like you can pick and choose the ones that show up. For example, like here, let me actually show my screen. I'll show you all how this works.
Yeah, I was asking for that feature request too one of the town halls.
Yeah, and it's a good question. I mean, so so basically, if I wanted to highlight a comment, for example, Arab immigrants comment, I go in and I click the comment that I want to have show up. And there is a setting as well, by the way. So if you have people on screen, if you go into your cam mic settings, there's an option under general. It'll say shift videos up for comments and banners. Just check that. And so now, so when you bring up like, when you have like people on screen, so let me go back to Leticia and I bring this up. If there were 3 people on here, it would shift everything up. And then the comment would display underneath it. So that way, if the third person's on here, it won't actually overlap the screen.
Yeah. And that's like a yin and yang type of feature. It's like, all right, what if you get some comments that are like, you don't want on the screen? That's why having some good moderators on your channels is great. So they could, delete the ones that are not good. You want to get to one more question? I see one came up for Pam. I can pull that up if you want.
Yeah, sure. Let's do 2 questions in real quick. So first one, so let's do this one. I have StreamYard. Where do I start? What to do double screen? So Pam, do me a favor. If you want to actually join us on screen, Leticia, can you drop the invite link in the comments for me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we'll have you join us on screen and we can answer that question directly. And then I have one last question from Walter. Walter asked if we can we stream to be able to live stream on Facebook, personal, group, and professional pages at the same time? So you can set those as destinations. Now, remember, you're going to have to be the admin of those accounts to have them show up as a destination. One little trick that, we like to tell people you could use this. You have to be somewhat careful about who you give it access to. But for example, if you wanted to have, let's say Leticia has a show and I'm like, you know what? I want to make sure that when I set this live stream up, that I also push it out to her audience. She would have to log into my backstage area. I'd have to have her connect the destination. And then when I went back in, I would be able to also push it out to my destinations and hers because it was connected as a destination. But you want to be careful about who you give access who gets access to it. Okay, cool. Let's see. Let me see if there's any other questions real quick here. I'll look through the questions here while we're doing this, but let's bring on John. And then, so John, tell us who you are, what your show is about, and also tell us what your question is. So let's go ahead and bring on John. John, hey, how you doing?
Hey guys, how are you guys doing? I have a few shows that are on Facebook and Instagram and Twitch now, and it's fun. I've been having a lot of fun with it, but I wanted to answer that line noise question that she was having. I solved it by just good cable management, and that was my biggest problem, just having cables touching other cables. And so just cable management was really important, and getting because a lot of us have charging units for our phones sitting on our desk or right by that stuff. So I kind of rearranged all my mic cables and my mixer cables and stuff like that, and just kind of got that all away from cell phone charging ports and stuff like that. And it made a huge difference. And then just try to buy a decent cable. Talk about
that. Talk about cables. So you say decent cable. Is that, do I go on Amazon and buy the cheapest cable? Do I buy an expensive cable? What do I do?
I've tried the Amazon basic ones, and the insulator on those are okay as long as you don't have anything around them. I've noticed. I've noticed if I have my cable management, I ran some of my cables under my desk, on the bottom of the desk, and I've noticed even just I'm talking, my desk is about 2-inch thick piece of wood, and that phone still. Somehow, if I have that cell phone sitting on that area where the cable is, it will pick up everything from that cell phone. And I got it. It's a 2-inch thick desk. So, but I ran cables under my desk with tape, so everything is kind of hidden in a way. But yet, even if I just set the cell phone in that area where that cable is running underneath my desk, it will pick up that cell noise, especially if a text is coming in, a notification is coming in. So don't go buy $50 cables, but I kind of stay away from, if you're going to buy the Amazon basics, just good cable management is really important. Just kind of separate those power cables away from your mic cables, charging docks. Like I have this thing that sits on my desk for my cell phone, and that does it too. And so that's how I kind of avoided that line noise, and that was a big problem that I had for a long time. So cable management.
That is a great point.
Yeah. So my question was about taking incoming calls. I want to get into that with my show, but I want to get a number that someone in India can use, someone in North Carolina can use, Canada can use. And I have the mixer and everything set up for it, picking up calls, and but I just don't know how to go about it. Is it a Google thing, an app that I don't know if you guys know anything about that.
Okay, good questions. Actually, very good questions. So, by the way, if y'all see me not engaged with y'all, it's because I'm literally over here setting up a computer as well.
Get off of Amazon. Quit buying stuff on Amazon.
I know, right? Okay, so one thing you can do, if you want to make a call-in show, so the easiest way is going to be at least what I found is to use a mixer. And I know you mentioned you have a mixer, so I'm taking this in some parts. So for people that are viewing, you want to have like the benefit to the mixer is it actually has a feature where I can plug in my phone directly into the mixer. There's a port, and there's a, like, for example, I'm using a Rodecaster Pro. The Rodecaster Pro actually has a feature where I can plug in a phone, and like I can actually do a couple of things with it. For starters, I can plug a phone into it. If somebody calls my phone, it comes in as audio, and I can do the call in show that way. Now, the other cool thing is if you're using like tools like Clubhouse, which is an audio only feature that is only available on iOS right now. It has a feature where if I want to use this mic, for example, with my phone, or with Clubhouse in this case, I am able to plug my phone directly into the mixer, and it will use this microphone with my Clubhouse app. And so it all runs through the mixer. So it makes it A, sound really good, and then B, it makes it, I don't have to have a second mic. I just am sitting at a desk. But so as far as the numbers go, okay, so there's a couple things you can do there. So one would be to get, I'd maybe check out freeconferencecall.com. That's one I would check out. So that way you can get a free phone number, or so that way you can get a number that people could call. Maybe look at like potentially as a toll-free number. Right. The other options, they're like, if you know, let's look at here. Let's talk like international. So one way that you, if it were me, I would actually consider using WhatsApp. So I would actually use WhatsApp. I'd download WhatsApp on my phone. The great thing about WhatsApp is you can talk to anyone in the world. They can call your number. It doesn't matter. So they can call you on WhatsApp. And then the benefit there is if that's plugged into your mixer, you would then be able, so that'd be plugged in your mixer, plugged into StreamYard, obviously, and then they'd be able to hear that. Does that make sense?
Good point.
Yeah, because like right now I got it hooked up. My phone is kind of hooked up into my mixer, and I use a couple apps that, you know, for sound effects. So I use the stuff like that. So so I was like, oh, I can also have this take calls. But then I kind of looked into it. Somebody said Google something. I forget what it was called.
Google Voice. Yeah, Google Voice is an option.
Yeah, Google Voice. And I was just like, okay, that'd be kind of cool, because there are a lot of people that might not want to be on the live stream. And I thought this would be a great way to interview someone as well, have an audio or just have people come in and with calls, you know. So I was just like, oh, that'd be kind of a cool thing. But yeah, so that I'm going to look into that WhatsApp app, because I was always afraid to use that app because it always had some, you know, it always had something bad about it, you know, it's people stealing information and all that stuff. You know, you know how it is.
I mean, it's one of the, here's the thing. It's an app that people use quite a bit in the world. Yeah. A lot of people like, I mean, you could even use Facebook Messenger. I'm just giving you other ideas. Facebook Messenger, FaceTime if they're on iOS, but remember that would then lock out people that are on Android. Google Voice is an option, definitely. So you've got lots of options there where you can get a number that people could call. And then because it's running through the mixer's controlling most of that. So it's helping you. Yeah. So definitely check that one out. All right. Okay. So any other questions?
That's points. It, man. Great Thank you guys. That helps out a lot. I'm going to look into that right now, because I'd like to add that to the show. And I think it'd be fun to be able to take calls too, as well.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I like that idea as well, because you're right. Not everybody wants to be on the actual screen. So I get that part. That's a good suggestion.
Yeah, because I do like a member spotlight on one of my shows, and I've noticed I'm having a hard time getting a guest to come on and live. So what we have done now is we use Google Drive, and what we do is we have them pre-record their interview. So I send them the questions, they pre-record the interview, and then they drop it in our Google Dropbox. And then I can, now that you guys added that new feature, the video stream thing, I can go ahead and pull those and do it, because I've noticed, you know, a lot of people don't want to be live. They don't mind being recorded, but they don't mind being recorded, but they just don't like being live. Like so so it's great. It's a great feat. That's great that you guys added that video part, because that helps me out with the interview stuff too. So I run into that all the time. It's kind of weird that, but some people just don't want to. They don't mind being recorded. They just don't want to be live.
That's so true. That's very true.
Yeah. Well, again,
And
hey,
by the way,
thank you guys. Yeah,
very
go
welcome,
ahead.
John. Anytime. And if you have questions about those other, the call-in number or anything like, just seriously connect with me on my Facebook account
You
and just
bet. I
message
will.
me, and I'm happy to help.
I will.
Awesome.
All right.
Thank
Great.
you.
You guys have a great weekend.
You too. Okay, so the feature, by the way, that John is referring to is we have a new feature on StreamYard. It's been out for, I think, a few weeks now, and it's the ability to share a video file directly from your computer. So you basically can, there's no limitation on the length or the file size. So right now, for example, on StreamYard, if you go into, and I'll show you how this works actually. And by the way, I've got the computer thing figured out, so I want to actually share that when we get done with this. Okay, so let's just do this. So we have this new feature. So for example, previously, if you wanted to just share a video clip, you would go to the video clip section. Sorry, you can't see that. If you wanted to share a video clip, you'd go to the brand section in your StreamYard account, go to video clips, and then you'd be able to click the plus sign and add a video. Now, the thing is, there are limitations to that. First off, the recommended size 1280 by 720, but the file size, the maximum it can be is 200 megabytes. And it actually needs to be less than that because typically like 190 or 195 megabyte file is about 200 megabytes when it reads everything. And it could only be 10 minutes. And a lot of people are like, well, hey, I want to run a video or full length video on my stream. So what we did was we introduced this feature down here, this feature here where it says stop screen. If you are on your account, if I stop sharing this, it'll make the screen disappear, but there is an option that says share. When you click share, it will bring the option to share video and share screen. If you select share video, it will then go to your hard drive and you pick whatever file you want to share and it will load it just like it is like this right now. You see how I have all these people back here waiting. It would bring the video right there and then you can actually scrub along the video to play it. And then you can play it full screen and do all sorts of cool things. And it runs really, really, really well. So that's the screen share, the share video feature that John was alluding to. So, and by the way, we do have a tutorial on that as well. So here's a tutorial real quick on that. So while we're doing that, Leticia, do you want to just go through a couple of comments here? See a couple from, let me see, where did it go? Cluttered Garage had a question. When you share a join link publicly, how do you limit the number of people or prevent too many people from joining? Tough part there is there's no way to limit that. So it's you just have to be careful with where you share it and how you share it. For example, there might be people that join that you, for example, one thing you hear me do all the time before we bring somebody on, we always set requirements. And those requirements are, hey, we want you to have your webcam on. We want you to, give us a name, a question, and a comment like in the private chat with us. So that way we know who's coming on as opposed to just randomly bringing somebody on. So for example, Martin here, he asked the question backstage and then, so I know what his question is. So I know that he's actually got a real question for me. So that's going to be the best way to manage that. As far as like preventing too many people from trying to join. So there are limitations to your backstage area. So if you do hit the backstage area, people will get a notification or a message that will say the backstage area is full. And then they just have to wait for somebody to drop out. So keep that in mind. Okay. So let me just drop this link real quick. So this is the video that I'm using the share video feature.
Yeah.
And it's not using the video clips feature. It's the new feature that we rolled out. So I just dropped that for everyone. What I want to do real quick here is, Leticia, I'm going to jump over to my screen here real quick. And I want to go back to that question. So somebody was asking me, you do PC? And I know this is also going to generate probably some more questions. And then Martine, I'm going to bring you up. So here's what I want to show you real quick. Okay, so this is my PC. As you can see, I've got my PC going here, and I've got a few windows showing up here, right? I've got this window. I've got another one here behind me. I've got another one over here. And so on a PC, so now what I can do is, for example, I can as you can see, as I drag these, like if I drag it to the top, it's filling the screen. If I'm dragging, for example, to the left, you see that there's this faint shadow that shows up when I drag. So hopefully you can see that again. You see that? Let me know if they see that in the comments, Leticia. And so as a result, this will automatically do my split screens for me in Windows. Now, another neat little feature about this, I'm going to close this. I'm going to show you. So I have a window here, and I've got a window here, and I've got another. Are people seeing it, right? They're seeing it okay?
Well, I have my laptop up, and I see it.
Okay, cool. So the way this works, so like here's another cool thing. So you could drag this one to the right, and as you can see, there it's automatically creating that highlight around it. So it's dragging it there. Now look what it did. If I have other windows that I want to bring up, it's asking me which one it wants me to bring up. So
can you go back again? Because for some reason it's not showing. Do it again.
Yeah, sure.
Unshare it and share again.
Okay, it should be up. Actually, I'm seeing it on the dashboard.
Okay, Cindy says she sees it. Someone
cool.
We see it. We see. Okay, awesome.
Awesome. Very good. Okay, so thanks for the feedback, everyone. By the way, I really appreciate it. So, so the other thing is, so the way I would set this up is, and I'll show you how to turn this on a PC. So, I'm going to go over here. I'm going to just drag this to like say the right side. If I want to go to the right, that would split my screen in half. If I want to just drag it and make this full screen, I can drag it to the top, and as you can see, it takes over the whole screen. And I just drag it down to undo it. If I want to put it on the right, I drag it to the right. And then if I have other windows open, it's asking me what I want to actually share. So for example, if you had your StreamYard dashboard open on this one and Google Slides on another, that's how you go about doing that on a PC. Now, how do you set this up? So what you do is you go to settings. So I'm going to the start menu and I'm going to type in settings, and within the settings app, I'm going to go in here and I'm going to look for let me find it real quick. Actually, this just changed. Awesome. So I'm going to go to system actually, and then I'm going to go down to this multitasking area, and I'm going to turn on snap windows. And then as you can see here, there are actually a couple of things here. So there's when I snap a window, automatically size it to fill the available space. When I snap a window, show what I can snap next to it. So that was, so for example, that was where I dragged it to the right. It then asked me about the one on the left. And then it's also resizing any adjacent snapped windows. So if I split the screen to the right, like here, let's see, I can do it this way as well. So let's just undo this. So let's say I do this. So I'm going to drag it to the right. And now as you can see, look at this. Oh, look, I can also bring up the settings menu, and it automatically resizes it to fill that space.
Oh.
So that's how you use that feature. Does that help? Hopefully that answers your question. I hope so. If it doesn't, let me know.
Yeah, that was good.
Awesome. And the way I'm controlling that is I'm using an A10 Mini Pro. It's a physical keyboard switcher. And so basically I have a computer. I'm running a computer right now for StreamYard, but I have a second computer plugged into it. So that way anything I do on the computer is actually going to show up on the A10 Mini Pro. And then I can, for example, I can switch literally with the press of a button. And then what's cool about it is I can actually use a mobile device. I can plug a mobile device in, and I can show what a mobile device looks like too. So, okay, cool. Leticia, let's go and bring on Martine. I know Martine has a question here.
Yes.
His questions are, will StreamYard be able to do multicam in the future? And then can he control things in his StreamYard stream from his phone? Okay. So Martine, we're bringing you on if you're good. Awesome. Nice to meet you. By the way, do me a favor. Tell me who you are, what your show is about, and we'll go over your questions.
My name is Martin. I'm actually
sorry for mispronouncing.
Oh, you're good. You're good. My name is Martin. I'm kind of new to live streaming.
Okay.
I have been playing Call of Duty for a while, so I've been kind of live streaming some gameplay over the years here and there, but I never got too serious about it. But I actually own a soccer company, and I'm also trying to share meditation with people worldwide, like Qigong and Tai Chi, things like that, for health and other benefits. So I'm actually really serious about, starting to broadcast myself and share these things. So basically, I've decided to start a soccer live stream, maybe like an hour. where I talk a little bit about soccer, and then go to my backyard and actually show them some soccer.
Okay.
And it's fairly similar with my meditation thing. I kind of want to talk about some Zen stuff and explain some things, and talk. And if people are viewing, if I have people watching, they can leave comments. And thanks to StreamYard, by the way, I just bought it less than a week ago. Absolutely love it. I think it's just wonderful.
Awesome.
It really kind of reminds me of Camtasia. I mean, I use Adobe Premiere Pro a lot, but Camtasia, it's nice to kind of do the hard work in the main work in Adobe, and then just bring that video into Camtasia, and you can really easily just kind of give it a little bit of some classy stuff added really easily. For some reason, I just really get the feeling that StreamYard is like the live streaming version of Camtasia or something. I don't know. It's just so easy to just add little things and make it look really nice and professional. Anyway, sorry, I digress. So for the meditation thing, I also kind of want to do the talking head thing, and then actually switch cameras. So basically, what I would do usually is something like this. Usually, I just I have a Stream Deck, so I can hit a button usually, and change. So as you can see, I have like some mats on the floor over there. I can just jump over there, and show like an exercise.
Wow.
Okay. And when that's done, I can just go back to talking head.
Nice.
So there's that. The interesting thing is I figured out a way to actually do this outside for the soccer thing. Basically, I just ordered a laptop yesterday. It's going to be here Sunday. But my plan is to basically have StreamYard running here on my desktop computer upstairs, and it'll be the one streaming. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to plug in my camera to my laptop downstairs. So I have a nice quality camera plugged into a laptop.
Yeah.
And what I can do then is invite my laptop as a guest and, make that guest go full screen. And now, the people would be able to see what I'm doing in the backyard soccer wise with really good quality. What do you think of that?
I think it actually makes a lot of sense to do something like that. I like, a couple of other points. I mean, if you've got any smartphones, for example, lying around, you can send your StreamYard link to those, and they can be basically cameras set up. So they can come into your broadcast, for example, if you want to if you want to be able to do it. If you have somebody that wants to help you produce your show, you could do that as well. And then there's also some apps that you can do as well that'll make your phone a webcam. So,
so I tried that. I there's an application called DroidCam, and it's $5, and it turns your phone into essentially a wireless webcam that you can use for Zoom or for StreamYard. But to be honest, the quality just isn't there. And I even upgraded my wireless from just regular 2.4 gigahertz to 5 gigahertz, 1300 megabits.
Yeah,
not that I was getting all of the megabits. I was getting a couple of hundred megabits, but it just wasn't cutting it. And there really is no real replacement for, or no real substitute for just having, like, I have a nice Sony. I have two Sonys. So this one here is a Sony, and then this one here is also a Sony ZV-1. And there really is no real replacement for that. I tried, but so for me, the best idea right now is just to get a laptop and keep it downstairs. What I'm thinking is I'll put the laptop on the back porch on a table or something, and I'll have an HDMI cable running to my Sony or a GoPro 9, and I can do soccer that way. Now, what I was thinking, my concern when I'm going to be in the backyard showing some soccer stuff, it's one thing to do the meditation thing in my office and jump back on the computer and I can see comments and still be fairly engaged. If I'm in the backyard, there's a camera, there's a laptop. It's really there just to do the streaming part, not really for any monitoring of chat or engagement or anything like that. I guess my question kind of becomes, if I'm in the backyard doing soccer stuff, I got a camera, I got the laptop, I'd like for an easier or simple way to kind of be able to still get a pulse on what's going on with chat, and maybe be able to, if there's a cool comment, to address it, or if someone shows up, I can say, hey, welcome to the stream, or even more importantly, if someone leaves a comment, I can show it. Things like that. What do you suggest? Can I use my mobile phone to just connect to the StreamYard page for the broadcast, enter the studio, and kind of do it on my phone, or is that not going to work?
You can use some of the features on your you can use most of them. I would say there's some that are not going to work. For example, if you're going to use if you want to use the green screen feature, for example, or the screen share features, like you can on the desktop, you need to be on desktop to do those. I did want to bring that up actually. So let me switch to my mobile phone here. Let's see. Let's do that. There we go. Okay.
Well,
so
I'm really
as you can see,
for mostly management stuff, not so really, not anything fancy, just kind of managing the stream, reading comments and engagement kind of stuff.
So if you can see here, actually what I have right now, I've actually got the StreamYard broadcast brought up on my mobile phone. So that's actually what I'm using right now, Martin. So that's one way you could do this. So for example, I can go in and I can see comments. So like here, let me find a comment to highlight. So here's a question. Like, for example, this was a comment about like the length of promo videos. We'll get to that in a second, Leticia, by the way. But so I'm doing this from a mobile phone. And then if I want to actually potentially get to desktop, I can click the top here and do request desktop site. And some, I can't remember if ours gives you the full, let's see what it gives you. Is this kind of what you're looking to do?
Yeah, I mean, look, I have a little cheap tablet that I could also maybe bring to the backyard, to the back porch or something. The whole thing, I guess my issue is that I'd be in the backyard. I really wouldn't have a table set up outside in the backyard. I would have one on the back porch right there, but I would have to kind of cut in and out, like, hey, give me a second to check the comments or something. So the mobile phone would be nice because it's more mobile, but even then I'd have to kind of drop it on the ground or something, or put it somewhere strategically. But I'm really glad that it's amazing that it is browser-based StreamYard. So I should be able to do some damage with the mobile phone. That's great.
Yeah. Do you happen to have anyone that you also has that can help you potentially like produce your show?
Not yet. In the future, sure, probably, maybe, hopefully. But right now it's just me. I'm flying solo.
Cool. No worries. I just wanted to bring that up. I mean, here's the thing. I mean, it doesn't matter what way you're necessarily broadcasting. A couple things you just have to keep in mind. I mean, it's if you're the only person doing your broadcast, then you need to also be able to be present. So, that does get to be like, I mean, that's one of the big challenges for a lot of things. But here's the thing. A lot of times it's someone else, like other people have other people feeding this information and doing it for them, as opposed to trying to do everything solo. So I would say start small and make jumps. So like start small, like let's do it one way, and then let's experiment with another angle. Make sure that we know what those mechanics are, so that you're not like on screen, like, oh, hey, hold on, guys, and you're going off screen. You're like, doing something like this, and you're like, okay, hold on, I'm back. Like you can weave it into the production, but you want to make sure that like you're not fumbling around with certain things that you basically test out the structure.
I have an idea. I guess what you're suggesting kind of leads me to think that it might just make sense to kind of have like, hey, we're going to do 15 minutes of soccer and then we'll do Q&A, or so if you kind of time it, now you're not fumbling and saying, you're not going back and forth, and then when it is actually time to go over some comments, or who's got a comment, or that's when you can kind of switch properly, more professionally, more intentionally, I suppose, and kind of just switch the mode from presenting to now like engaging, and maybe then you do some banners and some CTAs while you're looking at comments and just kind of multitask that way. or something.
Yeah,
Definitely.
you could tell. Yeah, you could tell your audience like, "Hey guys, in 5 minutes, I'm going to be answering your questions," just to get them queued up to put
Right.
those questions in the comments. Yeah.
So maybe a few minutes before you do it, remind them to, get their, put in your questions, because in a few minutes we're going to answer them. Things like
Yep.
that.
Yep.
And
Right.
also the one thing that we do at the beginning of this show, and we started doing it because when we go through the comments, it's hard to, like, we literally have to read every comment. We tell people, hey, you know what? If you have a question, put hashtag ask at the beginning.
Yeah.
So we tell them to do that. And we do it. We talk about this at the beginning of the show because it makes it easier for comment management. In your case, you could start your stream and then tell people use hashtag ask. For example, if you have a question or comment, and I will, in 15 minutes, I will then go and answer those. And then that allows you to easily get to those versus then you have to go do this. Then you have to go look off. And then it's like, okay, hold on. Because you're like having to scan and process and still try to be engaged versus keyword at the beginning. And it doesn't have to be hashtag ask. It could be just hashtag something else. That makes it easier for you to not overlook the question. And Heat Army, who's going to come on here in a couple minutes, says you could also log in twice or even 3 times and check the comments on the phone while streaming from the laptop. So lots of options.
Great point.
I mean, my advice is going to be start small and get your like structure down. I tell people all the time, I used index cards when I was building my show so that I knew exactly what my show was going to be about.
Yeah.
So I used index cards, and then as a result, I started to see like, okay, let's do it with index cards. Let's do a dry run. Oh, hey, this was a 2-hour show and I really only want it to be 45 minutes. Okay. How do we fix that? Is there too much information? Is there something else going on? So you're going to want to do something like that, I think. And then just basically refine it.
Well, I like that index card idea. And it made me think for a second. I like how you guys have the questions, you had them numbered, question 1, question 2. Would it make sense for me to kind of wouldn't you be able to kind of replace the actual index cards with just virtual index cards by having those banners made already? So it's beautiful that you can make them on the fly. I mean, that's awesome. That's what makes this like, Camtasia, like, it's so easy, but it wouldn't hurt to just kind of have those 10 things you're going to cover. Or today we're talking about 5 topics. Have those 5 topics ready to go also for yourself to create that structure. Is that a good way to create structure?
100%.
I like that. Yeah, I definitely think you don't. So I gave the index card because I'm a person that I like to see things visually. And then I actually try to build that. But the other option. So for example, the way we bring up the questions that we're doing, they're basically banners.
Sure.
So if you go into the banners section, and I'll show this, I'm going to share this screen so everyone can see this. So basically these are the banners. Okay. So the banners are what you're going to see here. These are all the banners here under the banner section. And so for example, as we were going through them this morning, I was literally just typing these in as Leticia was answering those questions so I could bring them up. For example, I could just do this. Or the other thing you can also do, by the way, with the banners at least, is you can reorder them. So let's say I'm like, oh, hey, let's put this one first. I just simply drag it up and then I can do my edits, hit save, and then I can bring it on. So I hope that helps.
Nice. Yeah. And you can create folders for them too, right?
Yeah. So you can go up here as well. So if you tick back one other, you have additional banners that you can create basically for things. So for example, in this case, these are our shows and each one has its own folder. And so then when we go into there, the banners, we have a folder. So we have a lot of different shows that we do. And so, for example, we do, live stream reviews, but then like we have town hall, we have live stream impact and so forth. And so then we can just go into each one and they have their own banner and they use the branding as well that we have set for that particular show.
Yeah.
So one last quick question. Is there in the future any way to do any kind of multicam, like have some kind of hotkey that you can press that, for me, I can use the Elgato Stream Deck or just click using my software that I have piped into StreamYard. But it would be nice to have the option to switch camera angles, having multicam within StreamYard. That would make life slightly easier for me, probably.
So I know it's a feature we get a lot of, and so basically, I have it down as a feature request. I know we've been working on that feature. I don't have a date; they don't give me a date of when things are going to get released necessarily. So as things are going to get closer, we'll try to let you all know in the Facebook group, or we'll have a video maybe on the YouTube channel when it's actually going to go live.
Cool.
So
Great.
so I can make
Thank
a
you,
feature
Jack.
request. That's all I can do is just make a note. So
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to
Yes.
all the updates. So thanks for having me on, by the way. This is great. You guys are awesome.
Anytime. Thanks a lot for joining us and for asking a question. I really appreciate it.
Yes, thank you. Great setup.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. What do you think of the stream? Do you think it's what do you think? Am I on the right track?
In what sense?
Where I'm going with the stream, trying to make it engaging, being able to do talking head and just jump outside real quick and show them soccer stuff in good quality and be engaged with the viewers still from the mobile phone and things like that.
I like the idea. I think the hardest part about it, I'm not discouraging you at all from any of it. I want you to, I think you should test it and see
Right.
what, like, part of it is going to come down to like how comfortable you are. So for example, if you're, some people get really nervous. Some people can't multitask, and so for example, if multitasking, if you do it and you're like, really jittery, like, okay, is it first time jitters or is it the fact that I'm just not good at multitasking? And so for example, if you're not good at multitasking, I would recruit someone to help you with that aspect. And then, if you're like, well, hey, I don't have time to get somebody, or I can't get anybody right now, but I want to actually do something similar, come up with some unique ways to do it, and then get it into what your final product's going to be. Like, I'm going to use the iPhone as an example here. I mean, this product, when it first came out, you couldn't do copy and paste on it. You couldn't take I think you could take photos, but you couldn't do anything with it. There were so many things that it was lacking on iPhone 1, and every single version they iterate on that, they improve it, they continue to make it better. And I would say I would take the same approach with my live stream show. So start a certain way, and then as the technology evolves, as the budget increases, for example, as you have other equipment you can use, then I would start to incorporate some of those things. For example, we get a lot of people asking, well, hey, I want an intro video or I want an outro video, and they want like all the graphics. But the thing is, if the show conceptually is, I'm not saying yours isn't, but if it's not a good concept, then all the other stuff is just, it's a shiny object basically. Right. And so I would say, start with like, let's validate the idea, make sure that it works. If it works, then let's add different components to it. And then let's build upon that. And you can build pretty quickly. Like you could do a week and then be like, okay, hey, you know what? The following week, I'm going to actually really take things up a notch. I'm going to get an overlay for different segments. That might be the first thing you do, because then you have to figure out, your muscle memory. Like, okay, so I need to hit this button for this one, or I need to turn this one on this point, this one on this point. I need to have like triggers for myself that, that I get used to. Right. So I'm not fumbling around. And then maybe you're like, hey, you know what? 3 days later, hey guys, guess what, community? I've got something awesome for you. I dropped in, an intro video and an outro video. So now I'm building that show. And then I want to incorporate the cameras. So that's what I would do. That's the approach I would take.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
I totally agree. Yeah.
And maybe in the future, I can consider. I've never hired a virtual assistant, but everyone is talking about it. Just get a VA. Just get a VA. Would that even make sense? I mean, you're putting a lot of trust into some potentially random person to run your show. But I guess if they come recommended or have some kind of business or they're on LinkedIn and they have really good reviews, I suppose maybe you can qualify them a little bit. But maybe get a VA in the future.
I have my recommendation actually would be keep it closer to home. So I would say if I've got any other connections, I would leverage my connections. For example, I do my own show called Social Chatter. I think I mentioned that earlier, but I have a friend of mine, like we do a podcast together. And so, he also is my co-host. So when I have, if I'm like, hey, I can't do something, or, you know what, can you help me with this part while I do this part? It's basically taking the project and chunking it down. Like for example, today Leticia is, she has access to be able to bring on comments. And the reason I did that was because the last time we were doing this, I was like, she was able to highlight or she was able to tell me the comments, but she wasn't able to do them. So I said, okay, Leticia, somebody I trust. I've been doing 9 shows now with her. So I was able to give her access to that so she can help with some of that responsibility. So that's how I would work. And then I would consider the virtual assistant at some point.
Yeah.
Because, so does that help?
And before you ever consider hiring a VA, you got to also have your process mapped out, because the VA is not there for that. They're there to just execute. And if they don't have anything to execute on, just like you're just paying them every month and they're just like waiting for you to give them something to do. So the way your show is now, like write out, like map out what it is that from step 1 to step 100, what are the steps that are the process that they need to do for you to have a productive show, or anything else you're doing with your business or your brand or whatever it is. You have to have written out procedures and processes. If this happened, how do you troubleshoot that? Because or else they're going to keep asking you questions and they're not going to move unless you tell them. And a lot of times we think like a VA, you're supposed to know this. No, you're supposed to tell them what to do and how to do it. You know what I mean?
So get the workflow down.
Get the workflow down, crisped down to the T. Even like to troubleshoot. Like if something happens, what is the VA supposed to do when something happens so they can solve the problem on their own with your process.
And I guess again, that during the workflow, it might make sense to also kind of structure the actual live stream to where you make sure you do certain things at certain times, like call to actions and maybe a ticker for the website at certain points. That's a lot of things to think about. So I really appreciate that. I'll start working on the workflow. I'm not too worried about jitters or, I'm new to being on camera, but it doesn't bother me too much currently, especially when so I'm good at multitasking. I wear a lot of hats in life. So, I'm not worried. I think I can make it work pretty easily, and technically, it's all fairly sound, at least in my mind. So I think it can work fine. But it takes a village, So I'll see what I can do and come up with the workflow. I really appreciate you guys.
Amen to that.
Anytime. Thanks a lot for joining us.
It does take a village.
See you, Martin.
Thank you. Bye.
I like that point. It takes a village. That's true.
Definitely. Yeah. We've got a lot of great questions here. By the way, Heed Army, I'm going to bring you here in just a couple minutes. I'm going to answer about 5 questions real quick, and then we're going to bring you in. I know you got some questions. I think you want us to take a look at an intro video. So just a couple of comments here. So Mart Gemin is asking, is it true you can't live stream to multiple destinations if Facebook's one of the destinations? That's not true. Absolutely not true. You can live stream to anywhere. It doesn't matter if Facebook's a destination or not. So, or anywhere that we offer as a destination. Some sites, some other sites outside of a social media channel don't let you use them. They might just only let you do RTMP. But some, for the most part, for social channels, you should be able to stream to anywhere. And Facebook, it doesn't matter if it's the destination. It doesn't change something.
Yeah.
Okay,
that's
cool.
Very true.
Let's see. Aziza is asking if there's a discount for nonprofits. So we have an annual discount on that, and you'd want to contact StreamYard.com, contact our support team. So that's you can contact them here at StreamYard.com/contact.
Great question.
And remember, just a reminder, it's only on the annual plan. So it's not on a monthly plan. It's if it's like the basic plan or the professional plan. Okay. So let's see. What other ones do we have? And I think you see where I'm at, right? So,
I'm up by Mart. His question was, when I videos while sharing screen is laggy and choppy, clips perform better. That has happened to me when I do, the long videos, and then when I stop playing, I switch it back to me. There is a lag, there is a delay, but maybe that's just the internet, I guess.
I think the issue is actually the internet, or potentially needing to restart your computer. I've been using the feature, quite a bit. Actually, I use it on my own show, and I've not had any issues or any lag playing videos.
Yeah.
For the most part, because you have to remember it's playing from your machine. So, there shouldn't be any lag there necessarily. I think that it's potentially either because you have to remember this, like when you put it in the video clips section, that's going to our servers, to StreamYard servers, versus the share video is coming from your computer.
Yeah.
So it's using your computer, your internet. So if those aren't working very well, then if they're not working very well, then we need to you need to restart your machine and possibly your internet and plug into your Ethernet if you can. I'm not sure how big the files are, but if things are stuttering or laggy, I think it's because of that.
Yeah.
So good question there. What other questions do we have?
I see Dave Shore. He said that he did. Let me pull that up.
Live stream, and I only saw the comments from LinkedIn, not Facebook. I thought both would come through. Okay, so the comments actually should come through. They should show up here. Let me share my screen real quick. So they would come through like this. So you'll see. Here we go. So they'll come through like this. So they would show up like this. And this is based off the destinations that you have set. So for example, as you can see, I've got a Facebook one. I've got a YouTube comment. So all of these are coming through based off the destinations that I have set. So they should show up. And if you're not seeing the Facebook ones, again, they should show up. I would look and see if the destinations up here are set correctly or not. They should definitely be coming back into your StreamYard dashboard.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Let me see where we're at. What other questions do you seeing, Leticia?
I see Coach Erica. She mentioned, do you guys auto send the backstage message?
We don't automatically send that out. No, it's something that we have set up that we just manually send out to everyone. So it's like at a certain point of the show, we have the link, we click the invite link, and we send it as a comment.
Then we have another question by do you know when we can get some animated graphics?
Are you thinking like a video, or what are we thinking we can't do animated backgrounds directly in StreamYard, but you could bring them in via some third-party tools. If you're looking to like make your own, I would recommend maybe using like Canva as a tool. You can make them with Cupwing. Those are both good tools for that sort of thing. You could also go to jiffy.com and, if you're allowed to use it for your stream, you could download some animated GIFs as well and bring them in as well. So if that doesn't answer your question, let me know. Let's see what else. Mart has a good question, actually. Can I replace Zoom meetings using StreamYard? Absolutely. I actually do it all the time. So if I'm going to have a meeting with someone, what I basically do is I bring them in. So I'm going to actually bring you in real quick here and just kind of walk through some of the views. And then we'll actually answer your questions actually as well.
Awesome. Yeah, that's a good question.
It would look like this. So for example, right now it's just, so I'm doing this full screen display. I'll turn that actually off. So it's Leticia and I, and then let's say we bring in Heed. So let's say we want to have like a meeting. We don't have to broadcast this meeting. We don't even have to record this meeting. And so the way it could work is this. So basically it's Leticia and I, and let's say like Heed's in our meeting. Let's put a concept in your head. So you don't need to select, for example, like if you go to the destinations, I don't need to go to the destinations and turn all these on. Do you see that part or no? I think you do, right? Yeah. So you don't have to have any destinations selected. When you uncheck all of these, it'll say skip and record only. And so when it says record only, all somebody has to do to join a meeting is to literally just come into your StreamYard dashboard behind the scenes. They get the invite link that's there. So, for example, I'm going to bring Heed on. So I'm going to mute you real quick. We'll leave your mic open. So we're in a meeting. We could be in a meeting with Heed, and we could have our call like this. We can switch the view. For example, if we've got 3 people, again, you want to make sure that people know though about that because then they're like, as Leticia was off screen,
I was all the way over here.
because of the view. So you want to adjust that though. You want to like, but you could do this conceivably. And if you bring in like 10 people, for example, all 10 people will be on here on screen, and you don't have to, the destination is the key thing. So the destination, you don't want to set any destinations. You'd use the record only feature, and then all people have to do, you don't even have to hit record. You don't even have to hit the start broadcast button. All people have to do is just get the invite link to join you backstage, and you can talk and whatnot all you want. Like, for example, before the show, Leticia and I chat all the time. So we chat before we're even live on Facebook and YouTube and so forth. So, so you could use this completely as a Zoom meeting replacement, and people can join from mobile as well. They don't need an app.
Can you, let's say we were to have a meeting after this, which we always do, but can we record that? Or do we have to go into a different window and then record it?
Because this was broadcast, we would want to go to a different one. I actually do is I set up different meetings. So for example, I have one that's like, I set one up that's just for meetings, and I don't even record it. I just set one up. I set up one broadcast as a meeting. And then what I do off of that is if I'm like, hey, Leticia, let's join a meeting, I just send her the same link. We join the meeting, we talk, we do whatever we need to do.
Great point.
If I need to record it, that's once you do an action like record or broadcast, that's when you need to create another meeting each time. But I do a test one, I do a test one, I do a meeting one, I do a one-on-one coaching one, and so forth. So lots of options there. Okay, so let's do this. Since we got Heed here, let me go ahead and stop here. Heed, thanks a lot for. I got to say thanks so much for your patience. I can't thank you enough for that because we've had a lot of questions, and I know I probably talked a lot too much. So you had questions for us, I think, right?
Yeah, I do a soccer podcast as well here in the UK, but the football team I focus on is quite a small team. They only have about 1,200 fans, so I know that my target audience isn't that big. But when I do my show, I start off with an intro video, and I do it for about a minute to give people enough time to come online, because obviously it saves on editing as well. Because if I download the show and I want to, put it back up somewhere else, then I'm not having to chop off 15 minutes from the beginning of just having, say, an audio loop up or whatever. But I was just wondering if you could be able to have a little look at my intro video and see if you would think it's about the right length, or if it might need shortening or lengthening.
Sure. Can you do me a favor? Yeah. Can you share your screen by chance?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I've got the video here. And
okay, let me bring it in actually.
Yeah.
Okay. So do me a favor. Can you mute that? Can we mute the audio a little bit?
Yep. There you go.
Okay. And the reason I'm doing this is because I'm going to look at this right now. And how about this? Why don't you tell me what the audio is? And the reason I'm muting this, by the way, to everyone watching is because if there's any audio, for example, that is like, I don't know where the audio came from. And so if there is any audio, let's say it happened to be copyrighted content, then we would potentially get our channel flagged.
I made my video to a director, so the royalty-free music is, that's provided by them. But I do understand that in different places where you broadcast, it could be flagged.
Cool, awesome. Okay, so we'll play this. So actually, I want to show you all this because you did I think the video sharing feature, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I want to show people how this works real quick, and you can, I think you can hover over your video, right? And you can change. I think you can hover on your end, right? See if the volume comes up.
Yeah.
So as you can see here in the backstage, here's what's cool about this. So here's his video, okay? And so his video is right here. And then, so you have the ability to like control that. So on his end, he has the ability to, this is using the share video feature. And so what will happen is he can play it, for example, he could mute it. As you can see here, there's also a playhead. So if I want to actually start at a certain point, I can just drag that there and then he can hit the play button, for example. So that's the new share video feature. And it's for basically playing it directly from his machine. So I'm going to go and add this to the stream, and then do me a favor. You can start it whenever, but let me add it first.
Yeah. Okay.
So this is the video. We're going to let it load here. Okay, great. Actually, it's going to play for me. And I'm just going to watch this because this would play, I assume, at the beginning, right?
Yes. So the thought process behind it was to give people enough time to join the stream when they get the notification that it goes live.
Yeah.
Luckily, I had a following before I went on to StreamYard because I did my podcast for 10 years on Spreaker. And obviously from going from audio to video, that had the following to follow me over. But it was just a case of having the intro there to be able to allow people to get time to join the stream.
Yeah. So how long is this, by the way?
It's 1 minute.
Okay, it's about 1 minute. Okay, great. And then the next question I have for you is the clips that you played that were like YouTube clips.
Yeah.
Are there any concerns because it's a soccer match? Are there any concerns with
No, what it is, the football club Gateshead FC that I do the podcast about, I work closely with them. I'm the match day commentator as well. So
I see.
On that front, it's very well, and a lot of my guests are actually from the football club. So on that front, everything's okay. I've got the okay to use the footage.
Awesome. So
yeah, that's good.
No, I mean, I think it's good. I mean, I think the key thing is you had to give people, I think it's to give them enough time to basically get to the show. I actually like this part where like it's sort of counting. It would actually be neat to have that as a bit of a countdown timer.
Yeah, that's cool.
I can't tell. Is that like from a tape deck? I'm just wondering if it's like the
luckily I went out through Power Director. It was one of the I think from Shutterstock. I think it comes from them that you get the license. So it was I had to actually reverse it because it was counting upwards, and so I had to change it so it could count down for the video.
Yeah, very nice. I mean, I don't think it's too long. I think that's a good thing. I don't think it's too long. Do you have a specific question about it, or you just want feedback?
Yeah, sorry, my daughter's asking where I'm broadcasting at the moment.
It's okay.
I think it's fine. I mean, the big thing is a lot of people, what they'll do is they'll make a countdown timer that's too long. And I like that it's branded as well, so that you've got, it ties into soccer, for example. It's nicely done. It doesn't look like stock footage necessarily. It looks professional. So I think it looks good.
And I was entertained. I was entertained by the intro. It's not boring. You know what I mean? It got me going for whatever show you're about to talk about. So I did like the intro. It was really good. Well thought out.
Thank you very much. And so obviously when I only just joined StreamYard before Christmas and then got the subscription just before Christmas, I was able to do. And the screen share for videos has been really integral to my show recently because of COVID. The team is actually playing at the moment, so we're having to do watch-alongs of big games in the past. So we've had players on. And I actually produced a show for a local journalist this week, which is going on the new website where he spoke to a number of players before they got to a cup final. So
congrats.
I enjoy the whole process, whether it be presenting or just behind the scenes. It's become a real hobby. StreamYard, I love it.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Yeah. How many viewers do you get? So, and I asked this because and you can be like, hey, I don't want to share that. I mean, how many viewers do you get? And then what are some of the promotional tactics you're using as well?
Well, I've got a Facebook page, a Twitter, and Instagram. The thing is, as I mentioned at the beginning of when I came on, is that the soccer team that I promote, Gateshead Football Club, isn't one of the biggest clubs. It's probably 6 tiers down from the Premier League, and we only get 1,200 fans on a good game, an average game, And so I'm getting about 300 views a show, so it's not bad getting a quarter of the attendance. It'd be nice to get more. Always would, but it's one of those things where I've learned throughout the years that not to pay too much attention to the views or the listens, because with football or any sport, it's result based. So if the team got thumped 4-0, not many people want to listen or talk about it. So you could have a lull after that, but then you could win or get to a cup final or progress to another game, and you could have a few hundred listening in. And as I say, with when I progressed into doing commentary on a match day, it depends who we played. Like we played some big local teams, and we had like 700 listening live on those ones. So it can really drop. You can have the highs and you can have the lows, but you've got to understand the nature of what your show is about and what your audience is about. So
Yeah.
I'm not bothered if I only get 100 or maybe less. You've got to understand that maybe some fans don't want to talk about a depressing defeat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do get that. And just to talk about intros, guys, you got to think of your intro as your hype man. I don't know if you ever been like to a rap concert or Run DMC back in the day, how they had that hype man come on and he got the crowd going. He got the performance ready. So when you're thinking of an intro, if you're going to do it yourself or have somebody else do it, your intro has to create some type of excitement, some type of hype to where by the time the camera goes to you, your audience is already ready. They're already ready to go. So think of it like that, which I liked yours. Yours created that hype. It was like getting ready for the show. So it was a really good intro. Yep.
Yeah, definitely. And normally I have a green screen behind me. I set up rapidly when I seen you were on.
Yeah.
We have a green screen and a picture of the crowd behind me on a normal broadcast. But,
there you go.
And also my lighting's normally better. I've just got the ceiling light above me at the moment. So it's not the best camera angle at the moment.
And I'll say this, so just a couple of points about an intro, for example, an intro video. So with an intro video, a couple things to keep in mind. You can create some free ones with some of your own apps. Like, for example, I can go into like iOS. If I'm an iPhone user, I can use iMovie. You know, they do have some features they do provide to quickly make an intro. You then can move into like some tools like Final Cut Pro or Adobe Premiere. Those are, NLE editors basically. So you can do pretty much anything you want there. Or the other option, if you don't want to invest in that kind of software, you can go and hire somebody to create an intro for you. There are options to go and buy pre-made intros and outros. A couple things though I would really strongly caution with those. You have to be very careful about what you're using, because a lot of people, they'll go and they'll buy, for example, the personal license. But the problem is the personal license is, maybe it's like $50 or $100. And the thing is, personal license though does not grant you the ability to use it for commercial or business use for the most part.
That's
you have to read the terms and conditions, and the cost will be drastically different. So, for example, something that might cost you like $40 to use it for personal use, when you jump up to the professional side or the commercial side, it's $300, for example. Yeah, and that's just for one-time use as well, usually. So just kind of keep that stuff in mind. And then I'd also say, really, if you want something unique and you want somebody that really gets you, I'd go hire somebody to do it for you. If you're not a video editor, like you can go on Canva, for example, you can create a video intro there. You have to pay for the Canva plan, but like if you really don't know where to start and you just want somebody to do it for you, go hire somebody. Let them do it for you. They'll give you, make sure you set the requirements. Hey, this is for business. Make sure I'm using royalty-free music. If, for example, they're not sure of music, you could have them give you create some original music for you that they don't upload to YouTube, that you upload to your channel, by the way. And the reason that is because you don't want people, if you put it up on YouTube, you don't want them putting it on their channel, because if they do, you could get flagged for using it. So keep that in mind. But you can check out some sites like Envato. Let me think. There's a site called ThemeForce, which is part of Envato as well, same type of thing. But there's sites that offer some of those templates. But be sure you get the right license is really what I want to get across.
Yeah.
So
you don't want to be taken down.
So
thanks a lot for joining us, by the way. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
You and keep up the good work.
You too.
Anytime.
That was good. That was good.
And by the way, sorry for dropping you off actually there. I actually was just removing your video and I didn't realize it also removed you as well. Sorry about that. Okay, so we got a couple of questions here. Let's answer these questions, Leticia, and then we're going to bring on Reginald here, who has a question as well. So,
awesome.
And by the way, Reginald, if you have a question, do me a favor. There's a private chat backstage. Just drop your question real quick there, just so we know what it is, just kind of ahead of time. So a couple of points I want to make. So NLTMW brings up a point about platforms frowning upon or restricting multi-streaming across different platforms. Correct. Some of them will restrict. Facebook's not one of those that will restrict. But Twitch, for example, doesn't necessarily, or their affiliates and partners don't necessarily want you to multi-stream. And that even applies outside of live streaming, by the way. If I go to, let's say I'm making Twitch videos, and I want to put those up on Instagram. Instagram is now, sorry about that. Instagram is now actually encouraging you not to take your Twitch videos and put them on Instagram. And the reason is because there are copyright laws. So for example, if you're using music on Twitch and you want to put that on Instagram, the Twitch license lets you use it there. But when you put it on Instagram, Instagram, for example, may not have the same license.
You're
so
right.
You got to keep.
And remember, like a couple weeks ago, Christian was looking at a YouTuber. We're not going to name her name, but we noticed when she was uploading TikTok videos, her numbers started to go down, the viewership. Yeah, sometimes that can affect it. Well, with the content may be great, but if you're uploading stuff from a different platform, it could be kind of off with your viewership. Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah. So definitely keep that in mind. So a couple other questions we got here. So Apollo tonight asked the question, why does my guest come in better than, and by the way, I think Reginald, this is also your question. Hopefully this is not your actual question that you're going to ask me. But why does your guest come in better than you when streaming your show? I honestly think that could be internet.
Yeah.
Could be internet and resource, and a resource thing as well. For example, if I went and joined Leticia's, chances are I'm using a whole different setup than her. Like I've got a big ring light. I've got a mirrorless DSLR camera, and then my laptop I'm using is I've got an Apple laptop as well. So so that, for example, is one way that it could be different and why it could be better for one person over another. They also might have faster internet.
Yeah.
So let's see. Let me go through these. There's a bunch of good questions here, actually.
Yeah. Someone asked about cartoons. Let me pull that up. Did I lose it? I think I lost it.
Here, let me bring one up real quick and we'll get to that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Eve is asking about, nobody can say that we don't spend time with people that have questions. Absolutely. I mean, that's the point of us doing this show. We want to talk to you and hear what your issues are, the things you like, the things the feature requests that you have and so forth. So it's all about you. Oh, good. We have another guest too coming on.
Awesome.
Sun's Jam Session podcast. Is there a way to let two people run the show? It's hard to be the only person controlling everything. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So Leticia, do me a favor. Tell our viewers, how did we set that up?
Well, what Christian did was he allowed me to log into his account. So now I'm able to see Coach Love at the bottom, Reginald at the bottom. I'm able to see all you guys' comments and pull them up on the screen. So Christian could be just, managing the guests in the private chat that we have on here, which I do see all the private chat comments. And I could just be pulling up the comments on the screen. So absolutely. If you are going to have moderators, make sure they all understand their role so that because if you're going to have two, you don't want anybody's role to be, meshing with someone else's just to create some organization. But yeah, I feel like I have more control on this end now than the other week. So yeah, this is quite cool.
And to your point, so a really good question or comment there was making sure, for example, that everybody knows what their role is. So for example, Leticia and I, before we started, I said, hey, I'm going to have you log in to my account. She can now manage it on her end and I can manage it on my end. Yeah. But there needs to be that communication. For example, for example, you hear me, for example, maybe turning something over to her. Hey, Leticia, can you bring up the question from, let me actually see where this question, let me find it. Let me find a good one here. Well, so let's say there was a question that I wanted to bring up and I could be like, hey, Leticia, can you bring up that question from X user? And so then that way she knows what to bring up, for example, versus if I'm doing this myself and she's also logged in and she knows, oh, well, she's also controlling the comments. We want to make sure we're not turning the same things on and off. For example, if I turned on a comment and she clicked on the same comment, it would actually turn it off. So you have to have those roles kind of outlined on who's going to do what. So keep that in mind. So definitely, but that's how you can go about having it where someone else can log in and help you control the show. And that's the way it works right now. I know we've got some other features we're working on. But definitely start there, and then make sure it's somebody you trust that you want to log in.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Here's another question.
And do a test run, like do a test run, you know, if you're going to have somebody help you with your show, that is important. Just test things out to see how well you guys mesh together. You know, Christian and I have been co-hosting together for a while. So if this was just a brand new show, it would just be Christian managing it. But as we go along, and now that I know the overall flow of the show, having to come on and be an actual moderator, this is a great time to do that versus doing it at the beginning where I didn't get a full idea of the flow of the show. I was just coming on as a guest, which I love to do regardless. But, you know, again, test it out first. Test it out because you could actually create more confusion with the moderator if they don't know what the hell they're doing, right?
Definitely. Yeah, no, definitely. And then just a couple of quick questions here. So we've got Eve is asking if you set a stream up via YouTube and then things change, so you want to run it via StreamYard, assume I have to delete the initial stream and set up a new one.
Which things would change? If it's a title change, you just go into edit and change that. It all depends on what change, right, Christian, that you want to make. Yeah.
So you may be able to go in and do that, but I always recommend just saying start fresh because sometimes YouTube can have issues connecting to things and vice versa. So I'd always it's much easier to delete it and start fresh. And then, for example, in StreamYard, like I can always go in and if I add a destination, I want to add YouTube again, I just go in and, you know, create the new destination, add YouTube. If I forgot to add YouTube, all I have to do is go into my StreamYard dashboard, add a new destination, add YouTube, and then that would go out to my channel.
Absolutely.
Okay, let me get to some of these other comments real quick, and then I'm going to bring in Reginald here. And I've got a couple other people waiting, so this is good. Eric is asking, I want to make a cartoon of myself. Do you have suggestions? Cartoon in the sense of what, actually? And I think, Erica, you're Coach Love, I think, right? Yeah. So let's do this. Let's answer that question live when you ask that, because I want to get more context on what kind of cartoon and where you'd be using it. Let's see. And by the way, let us know like if you have specific questions on things. And by the way, for those of you watching, don't forget we always do a giveaway at the end. So we're gonna give something. I think we're giving a pillow away today, but not yet.
Yep. Pillow. So do hashtag I love StreamYard.
Apollo tonight's asking about breaking up the recording based on the person speaking. That's a feature that we're definitely working on right now. I don't have a release date, but I know that we're working on it. So I think you're asking for like separate audio tracks. Okay, so let's do this. Let's go and bring on Reginald, and then we're gonna bring on Coach Love, and then I gotta see Chris. If you have a question, you're backstage. Just do me a favor in the private chat, put it there, and I will get to that. Awesome. Okay, so let's bring on Reginald. So Reginald, thanks a lot for joining us. And you're muted, by the way. Reginald. And let me unmute try unmuting yourself, actually. So let's get you to unmute his mic. And that's the thing, by the way, I can't unmute him because he's muted himself. So he's going to get a prompt to unmute himself. Okay, so he just ruined himself. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go back to Erica here. So Erica had a question. Erica, it's good to see you again. And
Hi.
Reginald, we'll bring you back in when your audio is better.
How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Great, great, great. Wait a minute. Go back. I want to look at her beautiful blue.
You want to look at this?
Yes, that blue is all of that.
Thank you. Rainbow shop.
Absolutely. Too gorgeous, girl.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you. So are you.
Thank you.
So what question can we answer for you?
Oh my goodness. So we can start off with the cartoon question. And what do I mean by that? What I mean by that is an animation for myself. Basically, I want a cartoon that kind of looks like me, but only something I could use like in a picture or on my show.
Where would you bring it into your show? So let's start there. Because if you're like, hey, I want to put it as a profile, like that wouldn't work. But what do you think?
No, not as a profile, but like in the corner. Let me see if I can find something. I'm going to.
Oh, you know what? I know what you're talking about. I think.
Now you know what I mean.
I have an idea of what you might want to bring in, but feel free to let me know if what you have
Okay.
as an idea.
Let me see.
And Mario says he has one, or I think Mario's got a question.
Yeah.
I think I can tell. So, okay. So, I think you're actually referring to. Are you referring to like bringing in like? So there's a couple ways. Are you referring to like the animated GIF feature that we had, where you could bring up someone that pops up on screen, and like they might be animated, or are you thinking like an animated, like a video where it's an animated person walking in, or what?
Well, you know what? So I can definitely say maybe any and all of those, because I think
Yeah.
animation makes people, I don't know, it brings back fond memories of people. Pretty much. It makes people feel happy. But in particular, what's in my mind, I'm gonna hold on. It doesn't. It's showing his countdown. Pooh. It's not showing the animation card. But I don't know if you can see this right here, because the play all is over his animation. He's
let
a
me
little.
bring it up. So I think, okay, so we've got, okay, so, and let's make sure there's no audio in that. Okay, so what are you asking specifically?
Okay, so like right here in the corner.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah.
It's a little cartoon of himself.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if you want to have like a static cartoon of yourself, I don't know if there was any movement there. One way to do that would be to have somebody create that for you. So I'd recommend going to like a site like, you could go to Fiverr. You could always go to, because the thing is, it's custom work.
Okay.
So I'd recommend going to like a Fiverr. And I would even ask that person, for example, like, hey, you know, who did your cartoon? If you like the style that they did, maybe even consider hiring that same person. That's probably what I would do if it's a static graphic. Now, if it's animated, you can try. So Adobe has some tools called Character Animator, and it's software. So like it allows you to take like you would have somebody create a character of you, and you could tell them in the requirements, hey, I want to make a animated character, and then I want to actually animate it on screen. So you might be asking them for a video with like, you know, you walking on screen, waving to people, and then your logo comes up or something, right? So you would want to look for somebody that could make they basically would make a flat, a 3D, they make a design, a layer design in Photoshop, and then it can bring into Character Animator and be animated. Like the arm could come up, wave at you. There's also some tools like Final Cut Pro has there's a plugin that people can buy, and it will do some of that animation stuff as well. So, you know, for me personally, I just hire somebody that does it, because then that way I can tell them exactly what I want.
Yeah. And somebody does a good job. And one thing about animation, like I'm getting one made for myself, like a feature highlight of yourself. Like for me, the person that's doing mine, I told him to highlight my glasses, because that's like a feature of myself with the little stones on the side, and have that be like the highlight of my cartoon character. So when people see it with the glasses, like that's my look. I even have like emoji that just has glasses on it, because that's my look, you know, with the glasses. But like what like which type of look you want to highlight? If it's like, I see some girls like they like the ponytail, and that's like the look they want to highlight in the anime, or even like a beauty marker, you know what I'm saying? Or big earrings, or, you know, wraps or something like that, or even how your hair texture is. So that's like one like way to just make sure that's just, you know, people know, oh, that's Coach Love, you know, because it's like that animation going there. So they're quite fun, you know.
And I'm going to bring up, so a guy actually who's backstage, Mario Pistorius, actually was telling me he has an animation as well on his YouTube channel. So I'm going to bring this up so you can see what it looks like. And this, you know, I don't know if this.
Cool.
Oh, so cool.
Oh, okay.
Here's an example. So, you know, for example, if that's something that you like, so here we go.
Oh, that is cute.
There's him. Here's an interview series he was doing. So if you like something like that, Mario, I don't know if you want to like let people know, like maybe who did the animation, if you did it, or somebody else do it, or
I really like this.
Because there also are plugins that you can put on there are also plugins that you can use where it's like, it will draw that character of yourself. You can use
Oh, okay.
Photoshop, for example, as features as well, where you can bring in, it's better when somebody draws it custom for you, but there are
Yeah,
plugins
you're
you can
right.
put in. And people will it'll automatically take like a real photo and create, a certain look of you.
I was thinking of a tattoo artist because they're really good at sketching because that's their zone of genius. Like going to a good artist shop or something and I'm pretty sure you pay them a couple of dollars for it and let them know what it's for. I just popped in my head from my tattoo.
That's a good idea, actually.
Yeah,
you could go to somebody and be like, "Hey, I want," like you could actually theoretically you could go to a tattoo shop, ask them, "Hey, can I see like your cartoon designs?" And then ask them like, "Hey, can you draw this up for me?"
Yeah, because they'll do the shading and all that stuff, so it really bring it to life. I think that's a
really
just
cool
gave me
idea.
an idea. I just got an idea.
We're all getting ideas. That's good. No, the whole point is also to get people to think and to see if there's different ways.
And then have them tattoo it on you.
Great question.
Listen, I am being really brave by going to go get the COVID shot. I do not like needles.
Girl, inbox me and let me know how's it going.
What other? Did you have any other questions, or I have a couple other?
Yes, totally. So I just shared my screen.
Okay.
I wanted to last week. We were talking about 1% better.
Okay.
Can you see that?
Yeah, your YouTube channel, right?
Woo!
Yeah. This
Very
is
nice.
my YouTube channel, and I got my little stacks or whatever you want to call those.
Your playlist, your shelves.
Yeah, I got my little shows going on. So it does look better. I appreciate your reaction. I wasn't sure about this, but I don't know. I like the brightness, and I like that it kind of identifies me. And I got a little Bitmoji cartoon like right in my love there.
Yeah.
So
awesome. Looks very good.
I like it.
Nice.
Cool.
No, nicely done. This is good. So what's the next 1%? What are you going to do this week?
You know what? I have
Atomic habit.
Yes, it is an atomic habit. I've already started working on it. We were talking about intros and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
I have a intro that I created, and basically, every intro tells who the guest is going to be.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it is. So when it's in the YouTube, people can tell who that is, and what they're watching. So it's similar. Let me see if I can maybe bring up something to kind of show you what I am talking about.
Yeah.
Okay.
And just a couple of questions, by the way, while you're doing that. So John Pullum makes a really good suggestion. Actually, a local college graphic art class might like the work of making an animated, animated or making the character of you.
Really good.
And then Prima
Q
says there's something scrolling across the top of the screen. I'm not sure what she's referring to. So yeah, I'm not sure what that one is.
I don't see it.
And while I'm doing this, I just want to also say I was curious, can you have more than one ticker?
Yeah. Okay.
Have multi-tickers.
Yeah. So here, let me go in here and I'll show you how to do this. So let me share my screen. Okay. So you should see the tickers over here on the right. You should see the banners basically. So I go into the banners. So like, let's just say we want to make this number 1, for example. So I'm going to go and edit, and all I have to do is check the box to make it a ticker. Okay. And then as you can see, it gets the word ticker next to it.
Okay.
And then let's say we want to make number 2 also a ticker. So now we have 2 different tickers we can bring up.
Okay, wait. Do that one more time for me. Do that again.
Sure. Okay, number 3. So if I just go in here and I create a new banner down here, for example. So here, I'll just say banner. And then if I want to make it a ticker, I just check the box. It says scroll across the bottom.
I was totally missing that box because I was creating multiple banners without tickers. But
important with this, by the way, with this is so as you can see, these have they get denoted with the ticker symbol. So if I have 3, let's say I want to make it easy to like find the ticker, I could just do this and put them together, for example, essentially group them.
Yes, I
So then I
got
can
it.
just bring them in.
That's cool. So one of the 1% things I'm going to go in and I'm going to create, I'm going to just fix what I got going on there because it's okay, but it's going to be way more functional when I make a bunch of separate tickers. So I will definitely be doing that. And then let's see. When I want my guest to be on, like I had a guest and they had a PowerPoint basically.
Okay. Yeah.
And I wanted them to be on the screen with their PowerPoint, and I did not want to be highlighted, but it kept making me be the person on the screen next to their stuff. And so, I mean, what I did was eventually remove me, and so it kind of forced the thing to do that. But I don't know how to make my guest the chief person other than removing me.
What do you mean chief person? Like, i.e., Leticia can log into my account right now and she can see, like, she can moderate the live show?
Well, no, not making them a moderator, like making StreamYard understand that I want them to be on the screen with the information and not me.
So, for example, here, I'm going to bring up, let's do this one. Okay, so I'm going to bring this one up. So right now it's the 3 of us.
Yeah.
And we have the screen share going on. So I think, are you referring to like...
Yeah, down there, those things down there.
Yeah, you're referring to like these, right? Like this?
Yes. Now try to make me be on there with just that.
So let's just see if this works. So I think you're going to have to actually remove yourself, I think, or other people. So like, I'm going to remove you and Leticia real quick, and I'll remove myself, and then I'm going to see if Leticia will pop.
Okay. So yeah, that is, there you go. That's the only trick I came up with, but it took a lot of fumbling around for me to do that. And I guess it didn't work out as well as I wanted it to in the moment because I didn't know what I was doing. But but I guess now that I can anticipate that, I can do it a little bit better. But I did want to know if there was a better way to do that, like more swiftly.
Yeah, I normally just would set the guest as like the premier guest by hitting the little the solo layout.
Okay.
Above
so
the
how
video.
do you do that? Let's do that. Let's see. How do you do a premier guest?
What's the question you have?
The solo layout. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So I solo you. So for example, before it was, so I have this, for example. So if I want to bring Leticia up, I solo her, right? And then if I go back to walk me through what you're doing, Leticia.
I mean, I don't know if this is going to help, but maybe having to where it's just Christian's the solo, and and he's able to share whatever screen that he has going on. Yeah.
So I share this way.
Yeah.
But if you make, for example, if I make you soloed, right, it's not going to work. So like then
it's not okay.
If I do solo and then I click the third option to share the screen, it's going to jump back to me actually.
Right back to you. Okay. So by default, it would just go right back to the presenter. So you have to remove yourself then off the screen then, I guess.
Yeah. And I can't add myself in, like I can't drag you up into there either to be able to do that. Yeah.
That's interesting.
And LTMW makes a good point on this, by the way, that this is a good, where's that question? Sorry about seeing this question. It says there's a, it's where, here it is. That's where our producer helps.
Yeah.
So having them there to help do some of that stuff. So like you could pull up an overlay and then you could remove somebody and switch them and things like that.
I got it. I'm definitely still in the builder stage. And so I need to be able to map out what needs to be done and discover those things so I can write it, give instruction. I actually have a list that I'm creating so I can tell someone what to do and map it all out. so I am writing those things down, but I have to discover certain things first, so I know what to ask them for and
Yeah.
give instructions.
Yeah, it's a show. It's just like a normal show on TV, like full production mode, having those internal meetings with yourself and say, okay, how do I want this to run? How is this going to be better each time? So yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's really cool. And then you guys had said you can make folders for different shows. How does that go?
Yes.
That you went by that really fast. How did that go?
Here, so let me actually share my screen. I'll show you how to do that.
And I can show. Oh no, we're on your account, so I can't show mine.
Well, you could actually. I think you can do a screen share. Actually, it would show up. So, for example, if I'm in here, actually, you know what, Leticia, try doing that. Let's have you do a screen share when you're ready. Yours up.
Well, she's going to get that list. Look, so you guys can hear me just fine.
Yeah.
But someone just encouraging me got me this.
Oh, that's nice.
Very nice. Okay, so you got a mic. You got I think it's a USB mic. You got a stand on it, and then you've got looks like a pop filter as well. So
the thing that goes over. Okay.
Yeah. So the pop filter is for like plosives. So like, for example, I don't have one on my mic, but that's because my mic doesn't need one. But some of the mics, like you'll hear like you'll hear that on the mic when you're saying things. So that's a benefit of that. And for the most part, I mean, honestly, like the easier way to also do it is to take a coat hanger, put pantyhose around it, and then that actually also becomes a pop filter essentially as well.
So what does the pop filter do again?
It's for plosives, like like that kind of thing, like
your P's, like
talking.
Oh,
okay, got it. So I don't know. I'm going to use this. I can just, for me, I'm thinking this is just kind of, it might clutter up my area. I'm wondering if it's going to make me that much better. You guys use mics and it's really cool looking. I love it. But I'm like, did you really notice a difference? You, Leticia, use a webcam, along the lines what I'm using. So do you think it's much better?
My sound has improved overnight because I do take down my content, not down, but I do take the audio and upload it onto my podcast. So the sound does sound better. Plus I have 5 kids. So it's like, I'm trying to eliminate as much sound, and I live in New York City, so you have the traffic outside and the horn honking. So I'm just trying to eliminate as much outside sound as I can from my streams and sound like I'm a little bit more closer. My voice is more closer to the audience. So I've noticed it from looking at my streams last year versus now is a huge difference. Yeah.
Okay, that's really cool. That's very good feedback. And then you just said something that is really smart, which is on my to-do list, not on my to-done list, but it was making your shows into podcasts. So what are you, I got some, what is it, Audition? I don't know, some stuff. Audacity, yes. I have some accounts and whatnot, but I decided that I needed to be more focused in what I was doing, learn what I was doing with my current, software A before I went to software B. But I do have quite a few shows now where I could really start uploading that. So Audition, it sounds like you have a thumbs up on that, Christian. Yeah? Maybe.
Yeah, that's a standard. Yeah, that most people will use. Yeah. So a lot of people for example, and I guess my advice would be this: if you're just starting out, don't let all these shiny objects distract you. Like it's great to be able to have a podcast, but a podcast is not going to drive any traffic. It takes
That's true.
And let me rephrase: it's not going to drive any traffic initially. You're going to have to promote the heck out of the podcast.
Yes, you are.
I've been running a podcast for over a year, and it's like you have to you may get an initial bump from people seeing your podcast. Like if iTunes, for example, decides they want to feature it, but there's a lot of work you have to put in at the beginning to get it to work.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. My podcast is mostly for my clients. So so community building is important because those are the people that are going to really go and listen to it. So yeah, I would just focus on what you're doing now, which is a great job with your shows and making sure your channels are organized. So if I'm a new person hopping on, I could just easily find your content is just streamlined and organized. Yeah.
Okay. That's really cool. I'll definitely stay the course. I appreciate that.
I'm not saying don't do it. I'm just saying that it's a lot more work. Like, you know, you can do your live. Like, what I would consider doing is this: I would get my live stream going, and then you can roll out the podcast feature. So what I would do is to prep, I would download my live streams, and then you can always strip the audio, or you can just download the audio actually right from your StreamYard account.
Yeah, I just did that this week.
And there is a question, by the way, that I did want to address on that. So let me actually find that one. There's a download question. Let me see.
And I have an idea for you, though. Like, I have a show called Success Spotlight, and I'll interview the guests, but we'll do the actual guest interview live, but then there's a separate recording we do for the podcast where I go deeper with her.
Okay.
That is only for the podcast. So if people want to see the deep conversation of how all the stuff she's done, how she got started, how she executed on it, and why she's successful at it, they get to watch the podcast. That's another way to build attention to your podcast, create some exclusive content that they're only going to get if they listen to the podcast. So I see that you're interviewing people. Maybe you can start pre-recording stuff for your guests. So maybe you could do a separate segment like, let's dive deep, or let's this is the spotlight session, you know, and something like that. Yeah, well, it'll be for like 10 to 15 minutes, maybe a little longer, you know what I mean? But y'all just going deep. You're not talking about the same stuff on the live show. Yeah,
I so dig that. And I actually, one comes to mind. I'm not trying to do it right now.
I know. Yeah.
But I had one, it was called Gypsy Foster Child No More or whatever. And that was one of my best performing ones. She would be somebody everybody would like to know the ins, the outs, and you know about her. And so I could probably do that in 6 or 7 months, and people would still be like, "What's she doing now?"
Yeah, yeah, that'd be perfect. That'd be perfect. So, yeah,
I totally dig that. Are you using the same soft? Is it Audacity? What did he call it?
Audacity. And this is actually going to be something that it's a much longer topic, but like Audacity like the way I do my podcast is I use a mixer. So I record into my mixer and then I bring it into Audacity. I do my editing in Audacity and my cleanup, and then I run it through a program called Auphonic. And Auphonic, basically what it does is it brings up the levels. So like you'll look at it and it'll give you a graph, and it'll be like the intro will be like this high, the outro will be this high, and then like everything in the middle will be like really low. And when I run it through Auphonic, it will normalize all the audio and bring it up to the same levels. So it all sounds really good and nice and clean. And then you're
going to have to put that in the chat.
That's what I was thinking.
You got to spell that for me.
How do you spell that?
I don't spell that.
We'll make that a whole nother like episode, but
well, put it in the chat. Put it in the chat.
We'll do.
I'm nerding up over here. Okay. We didn't look at the folders yet.
Yes. So I have my screen queued up, Christian, if you want to show it.
All right, perfect. Actually, and the good thing is, Leticia, you can bring it up as well because you have access.
Oh, I can. Okay. All right. Yeah. See? All right. Let me make sure I'm bringing up the right one. Hold on. Oh, that's so exciting.
Let's see if you get the right.
I think is this the right one?
That is, I think, yeah, that's the right one. Yeah. Okay.
Yep. This is okay. So so if you go on, this is under banner. So I click on banner, and these are the folders here. No, I'm sorry. Is this banner?
So what are you looking to do? We're looking to make folders of what?
Let's say if you want to make folders to your shows. Yep. Go ahead.
You can make folders for a couple different things, actually. So if you go under the brands folder, Leticia, and scroll to the top, you're going to see there's a drop down there. And if you just click the drop down. So basically we have different folders for different brands. So this way we're logged into one account and we can access those. And then when you do that, you don't have to click on anything. It's going to switch to the overlays. And if you have intro video clips and you have logos and themes and brand colors set up there, that's one way to create different folders for different shows that you run from one account.
Yes.
Now, on the flip side, so go over to the banners tab, Leticia. And then if you go to in the banners, if you go to the top, you'll see like the little, if you scroll to the top, so you're already there. You see all the different banners that are there. And so, for example, if you click on the live stream reviews one, you'll see all the ones that we've set up for live stream reviews. Start at the bottom, I think. And then if you want to create a folder, so these are all the banners that we have set up. Now, if you want to create a new folder, and you can rename the folders and delete them and so forth, but click the back arrow there at the top. Yeah, there you go. And now you can create a new folder. Just call it like test or something.
So this will totally help me with prep work because, okay, so guys, I did this show about kingdom couples and I invited a bunch of couples on and they were just talking about their marriage and they were talking about the good stuff in your marriage and not the everything's fine, we just love the Lord. Da, 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 da. They were talking about the real deal, how it is to be in church and be divorced and the kind of stuff that the flack you get about that, the stuff that comes up in marriage after you've been married more than one time. But we did have a couple had been on there 25 years and the struggle that they went through to kind of stay there, because sometimes you ask somebody about being married a long time and they just say you just gotta forgive and you gotta love and you gotta be patient.
Gotta pray on it.
Yes, girl, get you some old cookie cutter crap. I don't want to know that. I want to know the hard part. How do you do this kind of stuff? But anyway, so I did that show, and what has happened was I have gotten like questions that, weren't in the live or whatever. So on the 28th, I am doing like a second take of that show or whatever. And I can now, because of the folders, type those questions in ahead of time and then be like, bam, 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 and have it all ready for them.
Laid out.
All about prep.
Yes. And then can I share that folder with my guests? Like, can I share that with people?
Well, you could give them the list of questions. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there's not necessarily a way to like share it easily with them in that sense. Because again, like you have to kind of look at it like this. I would almost keep that if it's stuff for a guest, I would keep it separately in like Google Drive or something that you could share with your guest. Yeah. And then you're putting it in as an element of your live stream. Does that make sense? So like, it's like, for example, let's say it's an intro and an outro graphic that you want to have on your live stream. So I would take that, I would have it created, and then I'd say, hey, if I want to get like, let's say it's the thumbnail. So I'd have the thumbnail created and I would give that to my guest. If I'm like, hey, Leticia, if you need to do me a favor and promote this beforehand, I would give her the graphic or give her access to that folder that she could go in and look at. And then what I would do is then I would take that graphic and I would upload it to my StreamYard account. And then that way it's there for me to use during the stream. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah.
Kind of.
It's like I have a Google Doc for my show. So I upload everything in there. I upload the questions, the marketing graphics, everything. And I give my guests access to that. So all you do is click on share, and then you put their email address in there and they'll get an email saying, hey, Leticia's giving you access. So they're able to see everything. So they're able to see the questions folder, the marketing folder with all the graphics. So now they're prepared ahead of time on what graphics they need to post and what the questions are going to be posted about. So they can come up with the answer prior to the show.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Okay. So yes, I totally see where you're going with. You're saying it's not a good idea to share that link with them. It's better to share it in another external source.
I mean, that's what I would do because, what some people will do is they will make like an instructional sheet, for example, and that instructional sheet would be whenever I book somebody as a guest on a show, I send them exactly what I want them to do. So for example, if it's like, it's just a quick little, like, hey, thanks a lot for joining my live stream. I'm looking forward to having you as a guest. Wanted to highlight a couple of things for you. The first thing would be like, help us promote the show. You can access all of the graphics here. So instead of sending them all the graphics, you give them a link to a folder that has all that stuff. Does that make sense?
Okay.
And then you can also have like
a show on that, because even though I'm doing some of the things you're saying, I didn't have it packaged the way you guys are saying to have it packaged. What I do now, I send a meeting request and an email. So I'll send the email, but everything that's in the email is also in this meeting request that pops up on their calendar. And so
but I find a lot of people don't even know how to use that. And that's been around for years. And a lot of times they still ask me, Tisha, where's the link? I'm like, I emailed to you 2 weeks ago in the meeting.
Yeah.
But it's always, I do that. It is easy for me to, I haven't gotten that a lot, excuse me. But I sent it to a guest that I knew they were going to do that to me already, because she's a text person or what have you. And so when she did it to me, it was easy for me to do it because I just went to her show date, boop, back, copy, paste, bam. So I didn't have to look through any folders. I just went to her show date and pop. It was like, but I knew it was going to happen.
Yeah,
I see the pre-set up
videos for everything. Yeah, I still create videos for everything. Like when I have guests on shows, I'll just create my own video. Say, here's where you go to find the notes. Click on accept my invite. Click on the email. Follow the instructions. So that just deters me from getting interrupted 10 minutes before showtime. Because if you ask me a question 10 minutes before showtime, I'm not answering it.
Right.
Yeah, like it's no talking. It's the grace period. You're supposed to be on the StreamYard and ready to go.
Exactly. So, Kristen, you said that you give instructions. I would love to know your instructions. And Leticia, if you have instructions, I would love to know, like, what are everybody's instructions that they give before the show? If y'all could just maybe put that out for us, and we can, like, everything's not going to work for everybody, but we can, like, pull from it and make a good, solid list. That's cool. Because I love the tip where he just told people to promote the show. I forget to do that. I forget to do that all the time. And I'm doing all this work and I haven't told them to promote it.
Yeah, you want to get, and I do this with my shows for the past years now, get them to promote the show, give them a script so them to post along with the graphics. So, because they'll just post the graphics and say, catch us here. And I'm like, can you add a little bit more text? And then I'm like, well, I have to come, it's my show. So I have to give them the actual copy. If you guys don't know what copy means, it's like the actual text they need to put in the post for the show. And I even have like a countdown copy, like, okay, 72 hours. Here's what you guys have to post. Here's the copy. You know, all that is there on the Google Doc that I give to them. And
that Google Doc.
and even with the hashtags too that they need to use for the show, that's important. So preparation is king. Preparation is king when it comes to shows with guests.
I love that.
You got to give them something to prepare. So even just the graphic enough is not enough. You want to give them the copy, and then that
is so good.
Yeah,
those are some good tips.
And I mean, and then some other, like, just a couple of quick tips. And I've got actually Leticia, Reginald has a question as well in the private chat there. So just kind of like we can reference some of those. But what I wanted to highlight real quick, so just a couple of things, and we'll do this for like one of the future shows as well. Like we'll talk about that at the beginning. Maybe some like things to prep, but like,
I'll share it. I got
really okay, but it's like things like, for example, wear headphones. So here's the problem when people don't wear headphones. If for example you're wearing headphones and they aren't wearing headphones, their computer speaker. I talked about this earlier. Their computer speakers, for example, and they've got their mic. It's all right in the same spot. So the person's talking. The sound, for example, might go this way and then bounce back, and it's hitting the microphone, and it's gonna potentially cause noise and all that sort of stuff. So that's like one basic tip. So I'd say like, hey, wear headphones. You could tell them, if you don't have a pair, here's a get the ones out of your phone that came with your mobile phone, for example, or buy another pair that you have. Another couple of tips that I would definitely tell people, and LTMW alluded to this earlier. If you're doing a live stream and you have other people in your household who are also trying to stream, so invite them, encourage them, say like, hey, you know what, I'm doing this from for 1 hour, for example. I need you to not do any live streaming. Or any, and that means like gaming, things like that, or Netflix or any of that stuff, because that will also significantly eat into your bandwidth. And a lot of people, they don't have like super fast internet necessarily. So as you're adding more streaming things to your network, it's bogging it down. So that's the next thing. Another thing I'd even add in there, it sounds silly, turn off Dropbox, turn off Google Drive Sync, Time Machine for Apple, like any of those things. Those also cause significant issues. Like you'll notice like sometimes you're doing a stream and like there'll be like a blip, and it's because that process is kicking in because it knows to kick in every hour, for example. So that kind of stuff. There's lots of other stuff. I mean, like it sounds silly, but get a glass of water, for example. In this case, I've got about a half a glass of water left, but get a glass of water, stuff like, hey, make sure everybody, if the show's gonna be really long, make sure everybody goes and, takes care of all their business beforehand, all that sort of stuff. So
yeah, I mean, I always tell people, please don't stream in your car. Like I've had shows and people knew well in advance about the show, and then all of a sudden the camera's on, they're in the car. I'm like, because again, you're going to be using this content for other stuff later date, and it just looks better. I tell them, if you're going to use your phone, make sure it's like this, not like this.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Even things like showing up early, like it sounds ridiculous, but you want people to show up early, and that's because you need to do a sound check with them or an audio check. I've had people on, for example, and like they had something with like clothing. Clothing is also important. Like this is a whole other life you can do. But
clothing's not optional.
Well, I'm looking at more of the perspective of like, okay, the person has the headphones on, but here's the problem. So they have the headphones on, they have the ones that have the mic, for example, that's sitting right here. And I've had people on where like they've got something that's got like pattern, like I don't say patterns, but patterns are also a thing, but like they've got on something that has accessories on it that are like bumping into the mic. Well, that's causing feedback, which then affects your guest. Or they've got a zipper, and the zipper and the mic are like, running into one another. So like big issues there. Even things like, and patterns, even clothing patterns also can affect things. Yeah. So if somebody's like, if they're trying to do green screen, for example, don't wear anything that's in the same shade of green. Yeah. For example, this hood would actually get removed. But like that sort of stuff, there's a lot of stuff we can definitely cover there. We'll make that
camera
part of it.
I told my guest last week because she was too low. When the comments came up, it covered her face.
Raise your chair up. That's another example. Yep. Like right now, I'll give you a great example here. So Leticia looks much bigger than me right now. And that's because I'm sitting back in a chair versus actually being closer so that we're, for example, at likely the same height.
Yeah.
Silly, very simple things. Raise your chair, for example. Like, I don't know if you checked out the show we did with Kevin Colby a couple weeks ago, but he was talking about camera positioning. And he's actually, I think, a pretty short guy. And interestingly enough, all he did was like, he raised his chair, or he lowered it first of all. And I was like, I actually thought you were this much bigger person. But no, he had the chair raised up to where it fills the screen nicely.
Yes.
So this is all stuff you want to send your guest. We could talk more about this at some point as well. But so Leticia, I know we have a couple questions here in the private chat. Reginald had a question about the meeting request feature. I don't know if you want to address that maybe. Like, so you get the invite code, but tell people what the question is, I guess.
Reginald, for meeting requests, are you talking about the invite link? Yes. So you want to give them that invite link to the show. Like when Christian and I first started to do the show together, he sent me the invite link, but you want to let that person know not to share that link publicly, because that's the link that you need to use to pop onto the show. And you want to give them the actual link to share out with their audience so their audience can view the show. So I simulcast my shows, meaning that with StreamYard, I go live on YouTube, Facebook, whatever. But I want to build the attention towards YouTube more than anything. So when I do a show and I have guests, I'll tell them to share the YouTube link, not the link for Facebook or Periscope or wherever. I want the normal traffic to go to YouTube. So you want to let them know that as well, that, you know, share that whatever, whichever link that you want to build traffic to, even if it's a link for a Facebook group or something. Let's say you want to build traffic to your Facebook group, they can share that link out for your group, and so people can join and watch the show, because there is an exclusive show that I do in my group that I don't do in the public. Yeah, so that basically answers the questions about the invite link. Hashtags, definitely just type in hashtag generator on your search engine, and there's several different sites that you can use for hashtags. And I think there was
definitely hashtags. So let me take a question real quick here. So I got a comment from Breezy M here, is asking, I have 3 other people in my house and there's no way they're going to stay off the internet when I'm streaming. So here's the thing. If you do run into that kind of issue, you can do what they're going to do, which is to increase the speed of their internet. The other thing also that you definitely want to pay attention to with your live streams. So for example, there's recommended upload speeds that you want to make sure you have. A lot of times you're going to have to ask your ISP, like, what's my service that I get? Like, what do I actually get for what I'm paying for? One thing that I think is really, really important. So they will say that you get a certain speed up and down, for example, but there's a little caveat to that. And the caveat is it's only unlocked if you're plugged into Ethernet. And we always suggest to plug into Ethernet so that you get a continuous stream, because Wi-Fi is good, but it can be inconsistent at times, depending on the housing structure, depending on where you're streaming from, all that sort of stuff. And so you want to make sure you ask your ISP, is this a wireless speed, or does this mean I'm going to have to actually hardwire into an Ethernet? Because most people, you know, they're like, oh, they throw their router in their basement or something like that, right? And they never really go check it. So, but essentially you're paying for something you're not using. So you want to, you know, increase the upload and the download speeds. That's a key thing. And then also make sure you ask them if, like, you're getting that speeds because you're hardwired in on Ethernet or you're using Wi-Fi.
I mean, I had to go buy an extender because, you know, that comment is right. It's hard for me to, I want my kids to sort of, you know, not make noise when I'm going live. So they do get on their tablet. So I got extenders in their living room. So that way it gives it more, I don't know, bandwidth, right, Christian?
Well, so actually, okay. So that's a good question. Actually, I want to touch on that real quick. So, if you happen to have, like, say you get weak internet signal in a certain part of your house.
Yes, that's what I meant.
Buy it. So here's the thing though, if you buy an extender, so what an extender does is it takes your existing signal and then it creates essentially a link to another signal wherever that other extender is. The downside though, is that when you use an extender like that, it will actually cut your speed in about half. So,
I see.
So you do have to keep in mind. That's the way most people will do it. Now, on the other side of that, there's something, and this is the more expensive option. There's something called a mesh network that goes over top of your house, and it's designed, or over top. It basically goes over it's designed to cover your entire footprint of your house. It costs a lot more, but like Google makes one. I think Netgear's got some, but the benefit there is that those are actually designed to work better without reducing your speeds. But you are paying for that. It's, you know,
I'm gonna look into that because they did give me 2 separate Wi-Fi names. So sometimes it switches from one to the next and it messes up my stream. So that's a good point.
And also, by the way, when you are contacting your ISP, also ask them about the upload speeds. The download speed is not the most important one. Your upload speed is the most important one. So a lot of times your download speeds are going to be fantastic. The upload speed, though, is, you know, it might be small. It might be like, oh, here's 4 megabits a second or 10, or in some cases a few hundred, but you do have to basically, that's what you're paying for essentially, because you have to remember you're the broadcaster. So if I'm going and downloading files, for example, or streaming, I'm getting it from the server of that company and downloading it to my machine, or caching it or things like that. However, if I am now streaming out, I'm broadcasting out. So I need to have the upload speed that is adequate to be able to do that. Awesome. So let me see if there's any other questions here real quick. Erica, so like any other questions for us real quick before
Yes,
we
I have some questions in the private chat. One earlier you mentioned some software that could turn your phone into a webcam.
Yep. So there's quite a few of those. There's one called Irun, IRUN. That's one option. You can also check out Reincubate Camo. That one will also turn your software into a webcam as well. I think they have. I think some of them are free. Some of them are like, a yearly subscription. A lot of things are moving towards yearly subscriptions. But those would be some good options to look into.
Okay.
So I dropped those in the comments actually for everyone. So definitely check that out.
That's great. And I wanted to share this with you really quickly.
What do we have here?
We were going to look at my intro. One of my intros.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah, someone said, Flash said, also do a disk clean and free up any space. Yep, that's a good idea.
That's cool. So let's see. Here's what I'm doing for intro.
Do me a favor, actually. Can you do me a favor? Can you mute the audio?
Yes.
I want to make sure I don't get flagged for anything. So we'll do that, and let me bring it up. So okay, so there's some music. Where did the music come from? Let's start there.
Canva.
Okay. Okay. I haven't looked into the licensing, but I would say definitely make sure you look into the licensing of what they allow you to use for music.
Okay.
That's the first thing. I know you basically pay a service fee to them, but make sure it's able to be used for commercial use. That's the first thing.
Yes.
So then let me bring this up. Okay, so we'll watch this real quick. Okay, cool. So go ahead and you muted that, right? So hit play. Let's see.
Right.
Okay, cool. Okay. Okay, so how long is that? So I have a question about the timer. So tell me about the timer. How long was it supposed to be?
So the timer is it. Oh, sorry about that. Hold on one second.
No, it's fine.
Did I stop sharing? Okay, it looks like I did. Anyway, that has to do with the quote, your time is now. It's not a timer to the show. It's your time is now. So that's just a theme of my shows. And then also your best, it's kind of like your best is yet to come is one of the themes of my shows. So anyway, that comes on every time, but it's customized to the guest. So the top of the show tells you what the show's going to be about.
Okay. I would say this. I mean, I want to make sure I highlight NLTMW's comment here. By the way, he makes a really good comment. He says anyone who's using Canva music, by the way, can flag you. And then Creative Lady also is saying that she's got dinged for using Canva music for an intro. So I would say this: check with them from a licensing standpoint. Reach out to Canva, for example, and ask them if they're like, is it royalty free music? You can even ask them directly, like, hey, will I get dinged for using this on a YouTube live stream for my business? Make sure you clarify the business part, because they might look at it and say, like, they might immediately say, well, no, you know what? They might say, yeah, you'll get flagged because it's for personal use or something. So definitely make sure you check into that. I think overall, I think the reason I asked the timing perspective for that, because I was looking at the clock and I'm thinking the clock is counting down to something.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. I was
thinking. So I'd almost say like simplify it. I mean, like it looks like you had a lot going on the screen, and so I would consider just simplifying it. Like, for example, don't like the great thing about Canva is you can build you basically can build layers of things. So instead of having blocks of things, or like if you've got like a text with like a background on it, either try to incorporate it into the design or have it transparent. And that could be like, well, I need to use a different font, or I use one of their fonts that's built in. to give me that ability, or I think you can upload your own fonts to Canva. So
Yeah, you can.
but yeah, I think that's a good start. So, but again, I mean, the big thing is going to be before playing that, check with them on the music.
Okay.
So you don't get trouble. Yeah. So awesome.
Okay. Fair enough. And then last, do you have right now? I'm getting like one subscriber a day, but I just started really shooting, to try to get subscribers. At first, I was just trying to get it together, and so since I've been, trying to get subscribers, which has only been like a week, it's been 1 to 2 subscribers a day. Do you have any suggestions to build your subscribers?
Well, you got to treat that one subscriber like 1,000, right? So you get that one subscriber. What I do when I get somebody who subscribes to my channel, I reach out to them, I get them on my email list, and I want to keep them watching me. So whatever subscribers you guys currently have, you got to say, I want to keep these people watching. I want to keep them to share, because now you're getting outside of your current network of subs and getting them to bring in traffic into your content. Because if they love your show, invite other people to watch your show as well. So have some type of system in place where if, okay, I got a new subscriber, I got a new friend request, or I got a new follower, how can I get them constantly keep watching me? And also, how can I get them to bring other people to watch me as well? So that's something that's very important. People know now when they come on my shows to tag, to share, because I constantly keep saying it over and over again. So I'm getting like my network outside of my following into other people's following to mirror onto our show. So you gotta look at it as like a funnel in a sense. It's like you get one subscriber a day, so that's 7 subs a week. Okay. Each sub, you got to think that person knows 1,000 other people. So now there's 7,000 new people coming on for those 1,000. Now it's 14,000. And it just, the more consistent you are, the numbers go up and up and up. So that's like a simplified way of getting more subs. It's like making sure the people who do subscribe, that they're tuning in and they're watching all the time. And how can you get them back to your content, getting their emails every time you go live, send out an email to them so they can come back on and watch. And also invite more people.
So the details of that particular funnel would be awesome. What I heard you say was when they subscribe, you reach out to them. So I guess, on YouTube, you get you get a subscriber notice and then you get their channel or whatever that is. Is that what you're using to reach back out to them?
Yeah, you send them like a private message, or if I get a follow on Instagram, I send out a private message. It's just, I know that takes some time, but since you're on the early stages, you have time to do these things. So that's how I started off doing it at first. It's just getting them on my list, getting them into my group, and get that one subscriber to constantly keep coming back and watching over and over again.
Okay. And so something else that I noticed that YouTube does, sometimes it does not, like, it'll tell me that I got a subscriber, but it doesn't give me their subscriber information. I guess that person's not set up or what have you, because when I'm saying subscribers, I am really talking about YouTube, because that's where I'm pushing everyone to. I do have some groups on Facebook and things of that nature, but I don't qualify those people as subscribers. They're just in my group, and then they normally watch from Facebook. That's how they watch. And I don't even know, can Facebook be monetized? I don't know.
You can, but it's a lot harder. And you have to think about it like this. I mean, when like Leticia alluded to this earlier, when people were streaming, she was saying, she puts the focus on YouTube, and that's because YouTube is like, people go there to watch video.
Right.
On
exactly.
Facebook, they go to Facebook for
everything.
Anything and everything. It's like it's almost like, okay, so I mean, I can even give you a real world example. Like if you go to the mall, there are tons of distractions, basically, right? So you go to the mall, it's like, oh, and they sort of want you to, because then you spend all your time there and you spend all your money and all that sort of stuff, right? And so Facebook wants to spend all your time on their site, so they offer videos and photos and text post and all that other stuff. YouTube only wants you to watch videos. So you have to kind of look at like where your audience is at. So like, for example, somebody goes to the mall and there's all these distractions versus they want to go if they want to go watch a sporting event, they go to a stadium to watch the sporting event for the most part.
That's
right.
right. That's right.
And it's separate from the mall, which has all the distractions.
So I'm definitely down with what you're saying. Wait a minute. I'm picking up what you're putting down, Leticia. With the YouTube channel. I agree with you wholeheartedly on that. And that's where I am. But that kind of gets back to what I was saying. Sometimes they don't, like if a person doesn't have a channel or whatever set up, like they have their information in there, it just tells me somebody subscribed. It doesn't tell me who it was. Have you
that
noticed?
also could end up being, that also could be because it's a fake account. That's the other thing. So just here's the thing. Part of it's going to be, you're going to you need the metrics in the back of your mind. Okay, I'm getting some subscribers. It doesn't need to be the primary focus, because if you get people to subscribe, you also may not know who they are. They may be there's a lot of spam and fake accounts. Okay, great. You added 5 new subscribers, but then like you said, you don't know who they are necessarily. And that could be because they are a fake account. So there's a lot of that happens. So if it were me, I would focus on creating the best content that I can. And
that's where I am.
Creating the content, but you also need to be spending the time optimizing the content.
That's right. That's right. And a lot of times it's go ahead, Christian. I'm sorry.
No, so if you, for example, and what I mean by that is you need to go into the title, into each video, optimize the title, the description, and the tags for the keywords that video is about. So every topic, it wouldn't. So for example, if it's an interview with somebody, it wouldn't just be interview with Jane Doe. Okay. You'd be able to optimize for Jane Doe maybe, but people don't care who Jane Doe is, right? They care about what they're learning. So for example, that's where you might go into the actual topic. I'll give you a streaming example. Camera positioning for live streaming with Kevin Colby. So I'm optimizing it around a topic that the video is going to talk about and cover. And Kevin is going to be, a tag that I would add, but he's not the primary tag. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because then you're ranking, you're ranking on every single video that Kevin publishes. You're ranking on anything that you're going to try to rank for maybe his name, for example. And the problem there is that, hey, Kevin also might have a YouTube channel. He might be on other people's episodes as well. And so you're going into this trying to rank for a person's name. And that's, people don't care about the fact that it's the person. They care more about what they're going to learn. So you could rank for the topic if it's a good topic. And then you could also potentially rank for the guy's name or the person that interviewed. So you do have to put that kind of work in.
So I'm definitely good with that. I've been trying to narrow down what the topic is about on my videos. Why do I want to say nepotism? But goodness gracious, what is the word? It begins with an N. Narcissist. There we go. Sorry about that. Yeah. But I did a series on narcissists, and so that has been performing well, I think, because people are looking up narcissism. My next step on my videos is to go back in and put hashtags in, but I got to figure out how to do that and where to do that.
Do you want to take that one, Leticia, real quick, or
you'll put it in the description, where you have the details of the video. You want to put that there on the bottom. But going back to the new subscribers is I even went back and pinned my first comment. So your first comment, you could be doing your show and you could say, hey, if you're new to this channel, new to subscribing to my channel, check out the first comment or check out the description and fill out my new subscriber form. You could do things like that for those who have the private Facebook accounts, who can go there and click on it and join your list and what have you. But
oh my gosh, where would you put a new subscriber form?
You just make it on Google, make it on Google.
Where would you put it? Where would you
in the description? In the description of the video, you'll put the link.
I got it. I'm following you. I wasn't listening at first, but you put it in as a link.
Okay. Yes, as a link, and you pin You actually pin your comments in the comment section of your videos. When people are commenting after you're live, you want to make sure that pin comment has some type of link in there or wherever you want them to go. So that's a good idea to do that.
I didn't know you could pin comments, and now I know.
Awesome. Yeah. So, and again, to create that form, you can go to google.com/forms.
Yeah. So I do know how to do that. I did not connect the dots where you could do a link to the form within your thing. Okay. So
So there's a share option. So there's a couple things you could do there. And this is where and I want to make sure we also spend time to get Reginald here. He's been really patient, by the way, hanging out in the backstage here. So basically what you could do is you could go to google.com/forms. You create the form. There's an option in the top bar that'll say like share this form. You click on that link. And then what you can do in your live stream is it could become a comment. So as the live stream is going, it could be a comment like, hey, if you have, what's the word I'm looking for, Leticia? Like, hey, if you want to ask me a question on a future episode, or if you have a specific topic, this is where they could essentially go fill out the survey. You could encourage them to go do that. You could also put it in as a banner. So the banner could, they're not gonna be able to click it if it's in the banner, but it could be something like they bring up on screen. It goes back to what I talked about earlier, having like a short URL to be able to get something. A short URL could be your website.com// suggestion. And then when somebody puts that in, it sends them automatically to the Google form.
That's right. And someone mentioned about letting your list know about your shows. Listen, you got to let your list know when you're going live. I can't stress that enough. That's the only way to get views, especially build that community, is let people know when you're coming on. And
Okay. And this has rocked. I got some things to do, but I'm all about getting a little bit better every time.
One thing at a time.
I'll be better the next time you see me.
Awesome.
Yeah, you improved so far. Amazing.
All right. Thank you so much. Enjoy your day, guys. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Be safe.
Bye-bye for now. Oh, thank you, Reginald, for your patience.
So Reginald, give me like 2 seconds, and then we're going to bring you up, okay? So let me just see if there's any comments in here. So USA live stream, I know you had a question about the split screen tool. So if you're on a PC, the PC has it built into settings. If you're on a Mac, I linked the one earlier. It's like $3. It's an app that they sell that a company made that's sold in their app store. It's on the desktop. So you go on your Mac, you can just go to the app store, or I sent you a link, I think, as well. So that should help you there. Okay. So we got a couple more questions, then we got a giveaway to do.
Yes.
So let's go and bring on Reginald. Reginald, tell us who you are, what you do, and then what your question is. And then we got one more person after that, and then we're going to wrap things up. So Reginald, nice to see you. Thanks a lot for joining us, and thanks for your patience. Ooh, I'm not hearing your audio.
Yeah, I can't hear him. Nope. You're on mute now.
Now you're muted. Oh, nope. Nothing. No audio.
Sorry.
So one thing you could try if you're in the browser.
Yeah, let's fix it for them.
Let's see. So if you're in the browser, let's see. Okay, so if you're in the browser, one thing you can do is you can click on the little camera icon in the browser, and it'll let you give you the option to switch your microphone and your camera.
All right, I think it's going to happen now.
How about now? Let's check the volume too. It sounds silly, but let's check the volume just to be on the safe side. And I'll bump you up. I'm not hearing you at all.
Christian Jet. Yep, I got him.
Let's see. So
IRC.
Maybe check if the mic is unmuted. I'm trying to help you as much as I can on this one. I because I can't even actually talk to you to figure out what the issue might be. So
he can hear us, so that's good.
So it's not muted in StreamYard. Yeah, so you can hear us. Are you using like a tool like Loopback or Voice Meter or anything like that to run audio? Do me a favor, actually. So you could type in the comments, I think, right? So how about this? Let's just do this just for right now. Okay, so you're using a PC. That's weird. What if you open like an incognito window? So try up an incognito window and type in the. So Leticia, by the way, is pulling the. So if you do want to enter a giveaway, by the way, she's using hashtag love StreamYard. And we're gonna
oh, you heard that? I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, all good. And Aziza, yeah, if you want to come on as well, Aziza, you're welcome to. I'll drop the link for that. Okay, so do me a favor, Reginald, put your comment in the private chat for me, and I will. I'm not sure why it's not actually showing up. I mean, you've gone into Cam Mic on StreamYard and selected the audio option and changed the mic and the speaker, right? What if you unplug, if you have anything plugged into your like laptop for audio, what if you just unplug the mic that might be plugged in by USB and even headphones and just use the speaker option? That should definitely work. It's weird. Okay, so the only way that I know to fix that would be I would recommend doing a restart on the computer. I'd restart and then, because I'm wondering if you've opened something. For example, sometimes people will open like Google Meet, and Google will actually like hijack the audio and the video, and it won't actually let it go unless you restart. I'm not saying to restart, but also maybe go out. Like, have you tried refreshing? Like, just do me a favor, hit like F5 and refresh your screen, and let's see if that it'll kick you out of the studio, but we'll bring you right back in and we can see if that works. Just hit F5. That's the only thing you should have to do, actually. Okay, so I'm debating, do we bring on Mario real quick here? Or do we have him? What do we do? Okay, hold on. Here he comes. Let's see if this works. So maybe.
Yeah.
Do we have any audio? No audio. Okay. And your mic, you've gone into Cam mic settings and you've selected the audio option and selected what's there, right? Like even defaulting back to your PC.
John said, at least the video looks good.
Yeah, your video looks really good. The
That's
video is on
amazing.
point. The big thing is what's the audio connection here? Do me a favor. Do you have a mobile device? Can you just join via mobile? Okay. So let's go that route. And I want to thank, who was it that told me to come in via mobile? John Pullum, thanks a lot for making the mobile suggestion here as well. So this should work. There's nothing connected to the mobile device, so it should work. So hopefully you'll get that link. Hold on. Go ahead.
Link.
Yeah. Okay. So I can hear you. Hold on. What
Yeah,
did you
say
do?
something.
Need the link.
Well, hold on. I can hear you though now. What did you change?
No, it's just like it's okay. I have to stop and because the bandwidth or something, like when I open up StreamYard, it takes everything, so I have to shut everything around down. But it like before that, I was at 19 upload, and then after I came into StreamYard, it went to 3.
Huh.
It's like, and like my show, I have 2 shows that I do, and that's why, on my cell phone, sometimes I will just come on as the producer of my show, but I will get on my cell phone to talk and do everything else because it doesn't kill the bandwidth. But I don't have so now, but then everybody's looking at the green screens, because it takes out my background when I'm on my cell phone, because on the cell phone, I have a green screen. Right. So like, this is my show.
Cool. I gotta say, I like the background. I think it looks really good. If I could give you one piece of advice for that, I would almost recommend, if you have a standing desk because you're in a chair, I would almost say like almost having you standing with the background behind you. You know what I mean? Like that way it removes the chair.
Oh no, I normally don't use this chair. I normally don't use this chair.
Cool. Ah, cool. Okay, awesome.
Like I have a smaller chair that doesn't have a back. So,
cool. Or like a stool or something. Awesome.
Yeah, but that's my problem. What I'm saying, like this is of course the green screen. This is like not real. But right, so because my voice is choppy when it's me coming through the show, when I use it on my PC, and I've got 3 PCs that I Thursday night I had all 3 PCs up in this one, and it was I tried it. The show was like an hour and a half, and it was every time I did it, it would get choppy when I would come on, but when my audience or my guest who was performing, they weren't choppy. So that's why I said, well, let me get my cell phone out, but it wouldn't work because then they couldn't see. They saw this big green curtain.
Yeah, I'm not sure why it wasn't working. I'm glad we got you on though, and I'm glad we got it straightened out. I would say, I mean, like if the internet shouldn't necessarily go down that much because most of this is all being handled on our servers.
I know.
So I'm wondering, I mean, I'm just throwing this out there. I'm wondering if the green screen effect is like, I don't know what kind of machine, like computer you're using, but like, I think that maybe the green screen just might be sucking up a lot more resources than you might have available. Just a thought. I don't know. But I would say if you do have a specific, if it does keep happening, like we can try joining another stream at some point. I'd say contact our support team because they answer questions, not just like, hey, I can't get this to work on StreamYard or I need help with this. They'll answer technical questions as well. So I'd say contact them at streamyard.com/contact. But what question can we answer for you? Because you've been super patient.
Well, that was one of them. And then like, I wanted to like actually let you see it, what was happening on the show. Like during the show, I normally have about 600 people come through the show. And you know, we have about, you know, something like this week we had 6 people sing and do talent or whatever the case may be of their original song, and they had an opportunity to win $500, right? But the show was so choppy and messed it up. I didn't really even pick a winner. I just gave everybody $100 and did it from there. So I'm trying to figure out how. I mean, because I've got the people coming, right? Like on both platforms. Well, I just added Instagram. Or you got Instagram where it can be streamed to there anytime soon or no?
The Instagram issue. So the question for everyone watching, by the way, is if you can stream to Instagram, and the answer is no, you can't. But it's no, you can't because Instagram does not allow it.
Okay.
If I will say there are third-party tools you can use, but we don't ever talk about them or even tell people to use them because you can actually get your account banned even if you just connect to it.
Right.
So like connect to it, meaning I connect my Instagram account. It's because Instagram doesn't allow it. They did roll out Instagram live room, or at least enhanced Instagram live rooms to let you have a couple more people on at a time, but they've not made any mention about letting you stream directly to Instagram. So we don't support it. And that's because Instagram doesn't support it.
Okay. And then on the cell phone, do you know if you guys will have the green screen at that?
If we're going to have it for mobile or what exactly?
Yes. Well, you can add the green screen.
I think that's they have to figure out how to actually make that work because it's not through an app, it's through the browser. And so, and then there's also the processing power that's involved with that. I don't know how it's implemented.
I mean, because everything else comes up except for that. You know, like when you go to the brand, everything comes up before except for the green screen option.
Yeah. Here's the thing. I can make a request for it. I can, let them know like green screen on mobile. And actually I'll do that right now. But that's the only thing I can do is
my show a whole lot quicker. The next question is, I heard you guys talking about the invite. I send the invite out to everyone, but I wanted to make sure I heard somebody say something like meeting. When you set the meeting, when you send an email, are you just talking about the invite, or are you actually sending a there's a way to send a meeting to everyone at one time.
Okay, so you got a couple. Leticia, if you want to join this, jump on this one, you're welcome to.
Yes, when I'm doing a show, like I have a show later on today, the guests, I add them to my Google Calendar. So I create like a event calendar, and that's what I mean by meeting. Like you're setting a meeting in a sense, but really you're just setting up an event, and you're just letting, if you have their email address, the guest emails, you can add them. Like Christian did that with the show with me. He asked me for my email address. I gave it to him, and then he created an event on my Google Calendar. So now I get, it's on my calendar. If you're taking like doing discovery calls or doing stuff with clients or what have you, it makes sure that nothing gets scheduled during that time, and it just blocks out the time in your calendar that you have something else going on during that time.
Okay, cool. I just didn't know if it was something that was in StreamYard. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, it's something you do outside. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and also to that point as well. So there's two different types of links. I guess that's the key thing going to be clarifying. So the first one is, if I want to bring somebody on as a guest, for example, I brought you backstage. I said, hey, here's the invite link to join backstage. Mm-hmm. And that's one that you want to be careful giving out, because you might have people that are like trying to spam your live stream. Like, for example, right now, while you guys are watching, I got a couple people I've been like kicking out because they're clearly not going to be people that we want to bring on.
Exactly.
I got Bruno's for the first time Thursday night.
Yeah. So that's the first thing. And then the second side to it is, if you want to send a link to somebody to, like, let's say you want to email out a link to your email list, for example, that's where you want to schedule the live stream, like on Facebook or YouTube or whatever channels. And then the way they work is, once you do that, then that's going to generate the public link that somebody can use for Facebook or YouTube or whatever link you want to give them. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. That's the one I would focus on.
Yeah, that's what I do. I just when I heard it, I heard it like at the end, and I was like, oh wow, I didn't know that was an option. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's so basically it's just taking the link and then putting that into an email. So it really comes down to a process. So like when you go to get your live stream scheduled, scheduling is like step one, and then that's going to then kick off the potential to be able to send that out to an email list and so forth to get those people to attend your live stream, and make sure you give them the right link. Don't give them the invite link unless they're a guest that's going to definitely be coming on. Does that make sense?
Correct. Yeah. So like my producer and I, we actually do what you guys do. She actually logs in with my login, so that way she can help create the tickers and things of that nature. I can focus on the comments. So she does that for me, and then I've already created the overlays and all that. And I want to share. I share like this one. I can all.
Yeah. So by the way, just a couple of quick points here real quick, by the way. There's a couple of one, Flash in Your Pan says like they private message or email invite links to guests and co-host. Absolutely. Yeah. So it's not like you don't want to give the invite link out to everyone. And then we have a couple other people here that have been asking just about your like setup. So like what your, because they think that it's actually a resource issue you've got going on. That's just their thoughts. They're wondering if it's like, maybe it's your laptop. Maybe it's doing too much, because it is trying to do the green screen and it's trying to also, like you're basically live streaming here. So, and unless it's
the green screen, unless it's the green screen, I've tried laptops that I have, and it's so I don't know. Maybe it is a green screen. I need to try without the green screen.
Yeah, I'd say try it without the green screen and see how that actually affects your
and it just takes away the look.
Do what?
I said that takes away the look out the green screen.
It does, but here's the other thing. So do me a favor, actually. Can you turn the green screen off? Can you turn the feature off just real quick? Let's see if it improves things.
Good idea. Let's do that. I think that makes sense.
And Flash in your Pants says chroma key takes a lot of RAM. By the way, chroma key is the ability to, it's removing the background. Okay, so like let's talk.
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can't hear you. Yes.
You can? I mean, does it sound like it's choppy or no?
I'm not seeing choppiness. I'm just keep talking though. I'm seeing a little delay, but
okay. So yeah, I mean, yeah, this is the first time I've taken the green screen off, and I don't know. I mean, I haven't seen it or heard what it does. Is it better or no?
I think it's better. I don't keep talking. I don't think you're choppy at all. Yeah. So that's one thing. I mean, to keep in mind. I mean, just some things about using green screens. While green screens are great, I mean, your design looks awesome. Just keep in mind that they do require a lot of processing power, a lot of resources, and so part of it is going to be if you don't have enough resources and you turn the green screen feature on, then it's going to suck up all your resources, and then you're going to end up with bad audio. And so,
okay, when you say resources, help me, I'll buy more resources. What are you speaking of?
What I mean by resources. So, for example, and this gets into laptops. So, for example, it gets into having a laptop that has more video RAM in it, like almost like having a gaming laptop. So, video RAM, having RAM on the computer itself. So, like, some computers are like 4 gigs. It could be 8 gigs, 16, 32. So trying to max out as much RAM as you can on the machine, and also making sure you have enough hard drive space. But the key thing is going to be that video RAM. That's basically what's controlling the display. So if you're doing things that are very resource intensive, it's able to actually do some of that, because then the problem is that if you don't have enough of that and you don't have enough RAM, and even the machine is, maybe it's a slower machine, it will slowly become just to a crawl because there's not enough resources to go around. So that's one thing. And I like I said, I think a gaming laptop is actually very good. The other thing also for your background, by the way, I think your background is really nice. Just a suggestion. So if you're like, hey, a laptop's not in the budget, this is a vinyl background behind me. So I'm just saying, like, you could you could print up your you could take your background that you have it printed up, and then you don't even have to use the green screen feature.
I like that.
I'm not saying
I actually like your background. You said it's a vinyl background?
It is, yeah.
That's pretty nice. Okay.
So,
good idea.
And that was like $50, I think. Yeah. So
okay, so say 8 or 16 gigs around. Okay, I'm just gonna buy one of those. I need another one anyway.
So here's what I do. I'd say before buying one, feel free to just connect with me, send me a private message, and we can chat about budget and that sort of thing as well. Figure out do what?
What do you want me to see a message? I'm sorry.
Just go through like Facebook, just shoot me a private message and be like, hey, this is what I'm currently using. And we could go that route. I want to make sure that, don't just go buy a computer just to buy a computer.
Yeah. Tristan's really good with computers.
Just make sure you get get something that's really good. Like I got a PC for like $500. I think it's like a gaming laptop actually. So there's certain ones that are out there on the market that are supposedly they're pretty good. So, but yeah, awesome. Any other questions?
No. Thank you guys. I mean, Coach, whatever his name, Coach, the lady before, she had a lot of good questions, so I had no problem with waiting. That was good. Thank you very much. I appreciate this.
And one other quick question, real quick. So Charles, who's waiting backstage, he's asking if are you using the camera on the laptop as well, or is this a built-in webcam? Or is it a built-in webcam? Is it external webcam? DSLR? What is it?
It's the one laptop. This particular laptop is a Surface Pro, but it's a C7 or whatever it is. I don't know nothing about computers.
Okay,
and then I have the other one.
So that actually explains. Hold on. So that actually explains some of the challenge you're having. I'm just going to throw this out there because while I love the Surface Pro, it's not a gaming laptop for sure. And so it's a really good portable laptop, but I would recommend getting an actual getting a laptop that has gaming power and capabilities built into it, because the Surface Pro is good, but then, for example, when you try to, I bet the video RAM is what's killing it. That the Surface Pro, it doesn't have enough video RAM, is my guess. So But let's talk offline. Yeah, you got my Facebook message, so just shoot me a Facebook message. Okay.
Thanks. Awesome, hey, thank you guys. Yeah, Chris. Yeah, Rob.
Anytime.
Yeah. All right.
Thank you. See you later, Rachel. Bye.
All right. Bye.
Okay, so we got time for 1 to 2 more people here. We've got Charles here. Charles is going to come on real quick. And again, I mean, we'll keep doing it. We'll keep doing this as long as we have people asking, actually. So Charles, we're going to bring you on. Do us a favor, tell us who you are, what your business, what you live stream about, what industry maybe, and then what your question is. So Charles, good to see you.
Hey, buddy. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. Yeah, that's why I asked him about his microphone, because if you notice, when he was not saying anything, he looked perfect. But as soon as he started talking, it couldn't handle both things at the time. And that's when he went chippy. So that's why I put the comment in there about his microphone. But yeah, you're absolutely right. It's killing it at the same time. It can't handle speech and video at the same time. So that's why. For me, I just want 2 things. Sure. I do a daily show every day. It's called the Charles Matthews Morning Show.
Okay. Got it.
And on the weekends, I do like concerts, TV shows, promotions, everything on the weekend. So every day I have to upload a new show and send out the code. But because I do so many in the thing, I would love if you guys could have in the code itself the name of the show in the code.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay.
That way, as I'm sending out, I don't get mixed up and send Kim Rhonda's code and Rhonda Kim's code by accident. Because I will have her name beside the code, so I know, that's your code. Your name's beside it, or the show that I'm doing is inside the code. It would make it easier for me daily to be pumping out all these codes to people. Because I've done it before. I've been pumping it out and sent somebody the wrong code, and that was for the show tomorrow, and I gave the wrong person their code. And they're like, I'm logged on, I'm backstage. And I'm like, I don't see you. And then when I went to the other show, they're sitting there waiting for me all pretty. I was like, no, you're in the wrong show. So if you guys could put like even three letters, like we can add 3 digits so we know whose is who, would really help us out doing a daily show, putting it in there.
Awesome. Let me make a quick note. So, okay. So when generating the invite code, can you include the title they entered? So it's easier to understand what the link is supposed to go to.
Yeah. So if I'm interviewing you guys, I would put, okay, your 3 letters. I know that's for you. Okay. And then when I send out the code and I'm like, did you get the code? Yeah. Does it have your 3 initials in it? Yep. That's your code.
Okay, perfect. That's a good. This is a really good recommendation, actually. So, so I'll put that in just now. So, awesome. No, this is really good.
And then the other thing is, because I do a lot of shows, in one show, I'll have about like say 65 people coming on live.
Yeah.
So I use a backstage hand. So I see him, I talk to him through the chat 24/7. But the thing is, I would love a way that we can push a button that mutes my mic from going live, and he can hear me talk to him directly.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Got it.
Because right now, if I'm typing into the chat, everybody can see the chat. So if I say, "Oh, Kim's not in yet," find Kim because she's coming on next. Everybody saw that. I'd love a way for me just to talk to him or her without anybody else seeing it. A way to private chat them, or
Yeah, it's like the same option that Zoom has. Like I could be on the Zoom and then I could send a private message to one panelist that nobody else sees. And it's an option. Yeah. I get what you're saying.
Sometimes you'll be chatting in person and the person's live and you're like, okay, should I cut this person off? I don't want all my other guests seeing, oh, he cuts them off. So if there's a way we could just fix that out, that would be perfect.
Awesome. No, good. Very good suggestion. So what I did was made some more comments actually. So this is good. Awesome. Right. And then, anything else?
Yeah, no, the last thing too is just the, when we go live all the time, that little countdown. I've been asking this for a lot of time, just the countdown on the commercials. So I have a lot of sponsors, and when I put the countdown in the commercials, I never know. Do I got 10 seconds left, 5 seconds left? Or if I'm watching a video, can I run to the bathroom? Can I run back? Can I I want my guests to see commercial, because I don't know about you guys, but you'll be coming back from commercial and your guest is doing this. down their
that makes a lot of sense. No, these
They're
are
like-
really good suggestions, actually.
And then we're like, we're back live, and they're like, oh yeah, and they perk up. So if they can see the countdown on their end, then it'd be like, oh yeah, I need to get ready to come back on live. Would be great.
Awesome. No, this is really good suggestions. Very cool. So I made notes of all of these. Anything else?
Nope. You guys just keep doing your thing. Thank you to you guys, because I'm an event coordinator planner. So I've taken every event that I've done and I've put it onto live stream. So
very cool.
That's amazing.
Weddings, TV shows, bar mitzvahs. If you got an event, holler at me. I show people a way of turning their events onto live stream and put it out the same way.
Nice. Awesome. That's very nice. So thanks for joining us. I have one last question for you. We had a guest. They were saying, where did you get the sign behind you? The basically the scrolling ticker that's in the background that says follow and subscribe.
Okay. So the funny thing is, if you guys go, I'm in Toronto, Canada. So if you go to the dollar stores and the thrift stores and those sort of things,
okay,
they're always in there. I got that for like $5.
Oh, wow.
Wow, nice.
It comes with the remote.
And you can change the colors. That's actually,
you can change the colors and change everything on there.
So I might have to pick one of these up.
So I always put it there instead of, putting it on the screen. Sometimes if I have a sponsor or whatever, I just add it to that for the week. And then
and I'm going to magnify this. So as you can see there, I mean, that's really cool. So I like that. And it's
Me too.
It's a nice subtle way, and it adds some motion. It makes your background also look a little unique as well. And as you mentioned, I mean, it's sort of expanding out your live stream, because you're not just like using a single feature, you're able to incorporate it into your broadcast. So I like that a lot. Really nice.
All right. And then if you notice on the back, that cage.
Yeah.
So if you notice, it's see-through. So you can put like anything you guys do live. I always change my back scenery. So if I'm doing a show for soccer next week, I'm taking all those things off and putting soccer balls, little figurines.
Yeah.
You're going live. Give the people what they want to see. Make them enjoy what they're watching. It makes it much easier.
So I got a weekend project myself. I gotta go find one of these for $5. We've got John Pullum's like, wow, $5. And he also said if it was $50, he'd still think it was a good price. And I absolutely agree. So I love that.
I agree too.
There you go.
Really awesome.
It's actually called here. I'll put it on. You guys can see that.
E-Messenger. Okay, cool.
There you go. So they're out and they're still around. There's some there, and there's actually some that you can buy in the dollar store that it's actually for your license plate. You ever see those?
Yeah.
You put it on your license plate and you send the signal.
Yeah.
You can buy those too and hang it up on the wall.
Okay, yeah, because you can do it from your phone basically. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Great idea.
So it's just a simple cord. I don't know if you can see the black cord right there coming down.
Yep. Yeah.
So I have all those cords running down.
Nice. I like this. I really like this a lot. And if you went on, like, for those of you who go on Amazon, for example, you can go on Amazon and look up like scrolling message board or anything like that. So
yeah. And then those other ones are rope lights. What's your favorite color?
Purple.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's go purple.
I'm sorry.
Let's go with green. Go with green. Go with green. Let's go with green.
Okay, go green.
Alexa, lights green.
What?
Yep.
Wow, that's it. I'm sold.
So very cool. I love the use of all the extra technology. This is really good.
Yeah, when you're doing them, you just make the people feel like they're enjoying themselves while they're live. Do whatever. And here's the funny thing. You mentioned it to the other guy. If you don't have all the money, don't worry about it. There's other ways of doing it. So I don't know if you guys know of they're called filters. You can buy filters on Amazon for $5 and it gives you like 10 filters. Mm-hmm. So before I start getting my sponsors coming in and everything, I just got a lamp and put one of the filters on top and turn my background that color. So if you go back on my YouTube channel and look at my past shows, I didn't have all this stuff. I just had a table and it's
about
lamps.
I like that idea.
Just get a filter.
Well, yeah. And by the way, you're talking about like you're using your Amazon device. I'm not going to say the word because I don't want your lights to change or whatever. But you use it for that. For example, I have those as well. And I use them for like my HM Mini, for example. It doesn't have a power button. So I have it hooked up to that. So if I tell my Amazon device, power off this, it actually will do it or turn it on. And then you can get into some really cool automation techniques that you're using when live streaming just to remove some of those steps. So it's pretty awesome.
Yeah, it's easy. I come in and I tell it good morning, and it starts doing everything for you. And yeah, it's really good.
Awesome. Very awesome. So what other so I want to thank you for joining us. Actually, I got one more guest here, and then we're going to do
thank you guys. I'm going to give you guys a big
awesome. And by the way, if you have a YouTube channel, Arving with G is asking if you can just post a link to your YouTube channel. So
no problem. I appreciate it.
Awesome.
All right, guys. See you later.
Joining us, Charles. Hope to see you later. Bye.
Bye.
Very cool. This has been awesome. So I've got one more guest. We got Mario here. Mario, do you want to come on, or do you tell me?
Give us a thumbs up or thumbs down.
Okay, so we'll see what Mario wants to do here. Is that a thumb up or thumb down? I can't tell, Leticia.
I can't. Oh yeah, thumbs up.
Thumb up. Okay, cool. Okay, so we're gonna bring Mario on. Mario, just tell us who you are, what you and then who you are, what you do, and then just your question, please. Okay, Mario, here you go. How you doing?
Hi, I'm fine, thanks. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you hear me? My camera's a bit blurry. I haven't set up my cameras quite yet, so yeah. Well, I do live streaming on YouTube. My YouTube channel, I interview people, and so interview guests like artists, comedians, and
okay,
yeah.
Cool.
And
so what question do you have?
Actually, questions I have is, what can I use to make a mailing list?
Mailing list. Easy. Okay. So I'd recommend checking out services like, so I'm going to throw out just a couple of names: MailChimp, ConvertKit, Aweber, Google, I think, even offers their own email services. And I don't mean Gmail. They actually offer services for business. There's also, let me think, are there any other ones? Leticia, any other ones I forgot?
I use Constant Contact.
Yeah, Constant Contact. So I'd recommend something like that. And remember, and the one key piece of advice I can give you or two pieces actually for email, first off is focus on segmentation. So don't just add everyone to one list. Some of these services have features where when you add them to one list, you can add a tag based on like what email list they initially joined. For example, if it's if it's like a download, it could be like the tag of like download. And then that way you can then run another email and say, hey, I want to mail only just to the people that got the download. And it would use the tag to just basically create a second list. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, actually I have three things. The second thing would be the amount of people on your, first off, they're going to cost money for this. So they're free to a certain point for a certain number of subscribers, and then they move up to paid services. So start with the free ones and then build up your list and then move into the paid options.
Yes.
Now, the third piece is the most critical, I think, of this. And it's the fact that you don't want to just build a huge email list. That's the mistake that everyone makes. They get this huge list, and it's not the segmentation part. They add all these people to their list. And the thing is, you eventually will pay for every single person who's on that list.
Yeah.
You will pay for, it's a subscription, basically. You'll pay for, 1,000 people on a list. And the downside to having 1,000 people on your list is if let's say 700 of them never open anything, don't just keep them on your list, because they have tiered plans. So there's tiered plans. And so what will happen is you'll be on the free plan, and then all of a sudden, you'll move from the free plan all the way up to the next one. So you'll go from here to here. And then, okay, now you're going to have to start paying some things. And then you get to the more expensive one, and you're paying for literally everyone on the list. So that's going to mean you're going to want to clean your email list on a regular basis. That's going to be
monthly, every month,
who join your list. And if they haven't, you can be very aggressive and say, hey, if they don't open an email in 30 days, they're off my list. They can always sign up. That's the key thing. They can always sign up.
Come back. Yep.
They probably never will, but they can always sign up.
Yeah. And it's also, and this is something it's going to be more of a strict thing now when it comes to email autoresponder services is get your own domain email. So I have campbellsuccessnetwork.com, but then I have info@campbellsuccessnetwork.com. That will rank more higher. It will also deter your emails going inside spam or junk mail. So make sure you pay for that domain for whatever business that you're doing to send out emails from. Yeah.
All right. I was actually wondering, earlier on I spoke to my mother because I wanted to create my own email with my own domain. I can't say it, that word.
Yeah.
But we don't know what to use to make it.
To make what? A
To
domain?
create that. Yeah.
So you have to. So it's going to take a couple of things. So for starters, you're going to need to buy a website domain, and a website domain can cost between $10 and this is per year, $10 on up per year. So that's the first thing, and then the other thing is once you buy that, then you have to actually. Some of them require if you want to set up an email address, you need hosting for the website, and some of them will actually provide hosting. In the cost that you pay, but other ones will actually it might be a separate service you have to go sign up for. So some of them will say okay, so you need a website domain, you need website hosting, and then some of the website host will include email addresses. Some of them will require you to go to and this becomes deliverability. You may have to go to Google for certain things to improve deliverability. So then that might be $10 or $12 a month just for one address. So you pay $10 to $20. Let's say you pay $18 for a website domain. So you're looking at $18 there. You might pay $10 to $12 just for email services through Google, for example, per month. So you're paying $144 a year, and then an extra $18 on top of that for the website domain. So that might be what you need. And then some of them, if you want to build a website, they include it in the website price. So it actually would be less money than potentially having a Google delivered domain.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
No.
What?
Yes, it does. I was talking to it's my tutor that helps me with my mathematics classes. So she has a website hosting site, and she said she'll help me sign up and everything, and then I just pay her 80 rand. It's like I think it's about. Just check because it's 15 rand a dollar.
Yeah. Well, so what I want to get to with that point, which I think is a good point, is that so for example, some people will go and they'll buy if they're just a totally small business, you just want something to start with. Instead of going and buying all this services, you could always work with someone as well. Work with somebody you trust, though. That's the key thing. You have to work with somebody you trust to give you access to certain things. So in that case, I would say, okay, if there's somebody you work with and you've already worked with them for a bunch, then maybe consider, I would say go ahead. If that doesn't make sense, don't go and work with that person if you don't really know the person versus if you do know them and you trust them and you've known them for years, then go and consider trying to work with them and they can help you. And that can actually get your cost down quite a bit.
Absolutely. Yeah,
So
that's true.
Yeah, it's like $5.
Yeah. So that's where I'd start. Yeah. So. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool, man. Very cool. So thanks a lot for joining us. Yeah. Thanks a lot for joining us.
Earlier on, we had someone that asked about a what do you call it? It is now a caricature, so it's a illustration of me. So
yeah. Yeah, no, that was a good example. I like that.
Yeah, it was.
When you had so.
Oh, cool.
If those I think it's about $100.
Yeah.
So just let it get made, and then I've got there's other person that I also know that makes it. They ask I think it's $7 or $8. and then they'll draw you, but you look like a cartoon.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
So yeah,
Yeah,
Very
that's
cool.
dope. That's
yeah.
dope.
I've got actually a suggestion.
Yeah, sure.
If it would be possible to like make a store where you can sell your merch on StreamYards.
Mm,
Okay, yeah.
that's a good idea.
I'm making some notes here, actually.
Yeah.
Cool. I like that, actually. That's a good idea. Okay. Any other questions you have for us? I got one other
I've
person
just
waiting.
got something that if you want to like have a green screen behind you on your mobile device, what I do is on Google Chrome, I can switch my device to desktop view.
Yeah. Okay.
And if it's on desktop view, I can put my green screen behind me on my mobile device.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That is an option. Yeah, you could.
So that also works.
Yeah, you could. No, I like the suggestion. So
Yeah, that's a good suggestion.
So basically, yeah. So Mario, I want to thank you for joining us on screen. I'm gonna bring in Ed here with one last question, and then but I want to answer your question real quick. So what he's basically saying is, if you're on mobile, so you can't use green screens directly on the mobile device. If you just go to StreamYard.com, for example, but on your mobile device in the address bar, you can tap on next to the browser, you can tap on the button, and it will give you the option to request the desktop site. And then you may have to do a little navigating and things like that on it, but it can potentially be a way to use the green screen feature. So just keep that in mind. But Mario, thanks a lot for joining us. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Great questions. Great questions.
Okay, so we got one last question. I promise, one last question, and then we're gonna do the giveaway. For those of you who've been putting #LoveStreamYard in the chat, that's awesome. We want to make sure that I think Leticia's been getting all those names down.
Yep, I've been adding names in.
So let's go ahead and bring on Ed here. Ed, flash in your pan. I'm gonna go and bring you on. Who are you? Or well, do me a favor, just tell us a little bit about you. And
hi, Leticia, Charles. Thanks for having me on.
Hey.
I've been a YouTuber for quite a while. I'm going on my 4th year of Tuesday Night Hangout Live.
Nice.
I collaborate with. It's a treasure hunting channel, and I'm a gold prospector. That's where the name Flash in Your Pan comes from. But I collaborate with other YouTubers as guests, from just several hundred subscribers to million subscribers. I also bring in guests from TV shows like Bering Sea Gold or Gold Rush Whitewater.
Oh, I like that show.
It's a great show and some great characters on it, Leticia. And I'm going on my 4th year, and I've had aggravations in the past. Like, I used to run off my laptop, which it's a good laptop, 4-core, a good graphics card. But for what I wanted to do and utilizing my chroma key, it was taxing its resources. It's worth the peace of mind and the enjoyment of you behind the camera and your viewers on the other side of the screen to make the investment into a good gaming computer. And your lighting is essential for any chroma key. You have to have a good 3-point lighting, boom, or it's going to look real bad. And, content is king, audio is queen.
Love that, actually. That's actually really good.
Yep.
So, quick question do you have a question for us, or?
Yeah, I use OBS.
Okay.
And I am on my other channel, Ed Marvin. It's all things live streaming. It's a brand new channel, but I want to integrate what I've built using Tuesday Night Hangout Live, but I want to use StreamYard because I really love how you can highlight comments so the audience can see comments and questions highlighted. And I want to integrate all of it together so I kind of have the feel I built going on 4 years. And is there a way to integrate it all together? My Zoom, my OBS as my encoder along with StreamYards without a bunch of extra software like Voice Meter, Banana, or something like that.
Leticia, do you want to take that one?
I don't have the answer to that. You know, I don't really bring anything into my streams other than using the StreamYard features that's already there.
Okay.
So I will say, I mean, the big challenge I think you're going to run into is a resource issue.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got a lot of like, you got a lot of what are essentially very heavy resource intensive processes there.
Right.
So what may be better to do, like some people, what they'll do is they might use a separate computer to bring certain things in. So that way they offload some of that responsibility to the device. So that way you're not trying to do it all on one machine. So that might be where I'd probably start with that. You know, again, I mean, a gaming laptop, if you get a really good gaming laptop, they can do a great job with.
Yeah, it was worth every penny I spent for it.
Yeah. Because like right now, I think you've got a green screen on, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, and I saw people that were like, oh, if you did a green screen, I was like, oh, it actually is a green screen. But like, they were like, oh, your stuff would float. And, you know, so like, I think it actually looks really good. Your edges are actually pretty good. You know, so everything looks nice, versus you seeing some of the, you know, the jaggedy edges. But yeah, so I think from what you're trying to do, I mean, you have to probably use custom RTMP. It's going to be one of the options. You know, Charles also suggested trying custom RTMP as well. He said with Zoom. But I think you're going to have to kind of sort of band-aid a bunch of stuff together to get it to work and play nicely. You know, I think like I know OBS with StreamYard works well as well. So I'd consider almost doing that. So not knowing really your whole setup in like the kind of machine we're working with, I think I'd want to like, I mean, I think it's going to have a little bit of trial and error. Does anybody else that's watching have any suggestions or anything like that that they want to offer? And let's see if anybody has anything. And we've,
like you mentioned, like running into that resource issue, you know, that may happen. So.
And Charles says,
like, I just have a second laptop now.
Half then screen share with the other. Yeah. So like basically what we're both suggesting is to reduce the resources or the taxing on one machine.
Right.
So having some like having one laptop with certain things. The other option you can always do also is like I've got an HM-Mini, and I don't know if this gives you enough time, but I can plug in a second laptop or a third laptop, and they're used as an HDMI source. And the benefit there is that when you do that, I could go in and I can actually switch. Like I was doing earlier with the PC, I had it plugged in, and I was able to switch to the PC. But I could have, so I'm offloading it to one resource, and then I'm letting the switching happen through the switcher. That way, it's like it's seamless. It's literally a button. Like if I push this button right now, I'm going to go black, but that's because I don't have anything plugged in. For example, like I can just do that, and it quickly switches to the source, and it uses that source for everything. So that's what I would probably do. But again, I mean, the key thing is you're going to have to practice. That's the one thing we said earlier.
Trial and error, right? You know.
Trial and error, but practice. Because like, you know, there's certain, like, I don't know the whole, like, the gist of like what exactly you're setting up. But you're going to have to play with a couple of setups and see what's going to work. And then see, like, if you don't, like, if you don't have enough equipment to begin with, then you're going to notice, like, right at the beginning, like, hey, you know, this isn't actually going to work when you open like 2 programs, for example.
Right.
You know, so you have to kind of keep that stuff in mind. But trial and error and practice, absolutely practice. I wouldn't just like, oh, if I'm going to do it like tomorrow, I'd be like, you know what, that's not enough time. I need to give it like a week where I work with solidly and I test it and I publish it to like a private Facebook group or an unlisted YouTube channel, and then that way I can see how the stream works and how my machine holds up. Feel free. I'm happy to also help. So feel free to like recruit me. Like, hey, can we test this and that sort of thing. So you've got quite a lot.
I'm seeing some good suggestions, like from Charles Matthew, and yes, RV with G. Kiss. Keep it simple, stupid. Right. All right. I appreciate it, Christian. Leticia, thank you very much. I do love StreamYard. I found out about it through several of my friends, Dee and Nick Nimmin and Daniel Battelle. I appreciate it. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you very much for joining us.
You're welcome.
It's a pleasure.
Feel free to reach out again if you have questions. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Okay, so Leticia, I got one more person. If we can, they finally got into the backstage area.
Awesome. Yeah.
We'll do one more person. By the way, I've never hit this before. I got kicked off of LinkedIn. I guess I went over the 4-hour time limit. It stopped my stream. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna have
thank you, renters.
And then we're gonna bring Aziza in. Aziza, just who you are, and then just tell us what your question is, and then we're gonna get to the giveaway. I promise everyone. So Aziza, thanks a lot for being patient. How you doing?
Yes. Hi, how are you? I'm fine.
Good, good.
Great show, by the way. I happened to just stumble on it. I'm a chef, so I was doing a catering order, and I went on Facebook to look for something, and I saw the live, so I was like,
awesome.
Okay. Oh yeah. But my question is again pertaining to the nonprofit aspect. I do have StreamYard. I did the free trial for like the 7 days, I think, because I have a show called Up Close and Personal. I was on an FM station, and then after COVID, transitioned to online. And I heard about StreamYard, just looking for a good a web streaming, service that could broadcast both to YouTube and a social media platform. And I went on YouTube, and basically it was some YouTube person that I don't know recommended StreamYard. So that's when I signed up. So I would do it for the year. Yes, I'm thinking I'm going to go ahead and make the purchase for the year. So I was asking about the nonprofit, because my nonprofit organization, we work with protecting women and children from abuse, and keeping the conversation going about the issues is really important. So I was kind of incorporating, along with me being a chef, I'm a published author, and I'm a media personality. So I was bringing those two worlds together to keep the conversation going. And I wanted to know about, is there a discount? If not, because I need to create a budget for this in order to then move it forward.
Yeah.
So there is the ability to do, so if you're a nonprofit, if you have to like reach out to our support team. Let me just double check what they told me to do.
Okay.
They said that, so if you want to sign up, you need to message our live chat. So it's streamyard.com/contact.
Okay.
And then ask them about the nonprofit.
Okay.
They actually, do me a favor. Ask them about the nonprofit side of things. They can help you with that. And that's pretty much all you have to do, and they can just walk you through what needs to be done. It might just be even something on their end that they just have to change in the back end.
Right.
That's what I would do. And like I said, it's it applies to the annual plan. So it's an annual plan for either the basic or the professional plan. But there is I think a discount on that. So
okay. All right. Okay.
Awesome.
Thank you. All right. Other than that, I think mine is a lot shorter than
no, it's good.
I know.
No, it's good.
It was a great, I didn't know it was going to go for this long. And, I really appreciate you guys taking the questions.
I think we didn't either, but
show their platforms.
Yeah.
This is fun. We like being on with you guys.
Yeah. I did have a piece of advice. There was a young lady on who spoke about her YouTube channel, right? I am monetized, and I don't know that if this feature opened up after I reached like 1,000 subscribers or something, but you can actually see where, I don't know if she's listening, but you can see who your subscribers are in YouTube Studios. In the analytics. You can see that.
Yeah.
So
that's true.
yeah.
Yes.
Other than that,
no, awesome.
Yeah. All right.
And then just a quick point tip for you real quick. So 2 things, actually. Charles was wondering, he said, he was wondering what you were actually making, because he said you're making him hungry as well. And then as far as your phone, by the way, just a little tip, you probably know this, but if you're in, I think it looks like you're on mobile. So if you rotate your phone, it will actually fill the screen as well.
There you go.
Yes.
So there you go.
I was trying hard to hide part of my kitchen because it's still a mess.
No, it's all good.
This is perfect.
I wasn't
Way
sure
better
if you
than
knew, some
mine.
people don't know that they can rotate their phone actually. So
I tried it and it wouldn't turn, but no, that was intentional because I was like, okay, I didn't clean up all the mess yet. But
no,
to
all
answer
good.
Charles' question, I made macaroni and cheese,
Ooh.
baked ziti, and my Rockstar cupcakes, which are chocolate cupcakes with whipped vanilla frosting and like candy rocks and candy stars on it.
Oh my God, my
Nice,
mouth
man.
is watering.
Yeah, I know. I think we skipped lunch, right, Leticia?
Christian and I are huge snack eaters.
Okay. Yeah,
love our-
I mean, I've been cooking through the whole thing since you guys have been on. So I'm like,
Oh,
are you
wow.
gonna eat or go to the bathroom or something?
No, this is good. And the piece of advice I can just ask, everyone who's tuning in. I mean, if you love this show, like, do us a favor, hit that like button
that
and
like
subscribe button. We do these 3 to 4 times a month, just about every single week. There's one week where we're not going to do a show, for example, because we have another show coming on for that one. But I want to thank you for coming on with a great question as well. So thank you. And if you don't get the support, by the way, if you don't get the answer from support, you're welcome to reach out to me privately and just DM me, and I'll do my best to get you in touch with them.
Which was a side question. I see Leticia has her on her screen, which is what encouraged me to put mines on. But Christian, where's your information?
I didn't put that on there actually. So so I do this as StreamYard. So my personal channels are like at Social Chefs. So I'm also a chef as well. So that's my channel, my YouTube channel, and then I also have one for my name actually. So it's my first initial and my last name. I made a good decision there when I started that one.
That's a good decision.
Makes it hard to figure out. But no, thank you very much for joining us. I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
And I will be following you.
Oh, thank you. I'll be following you too.
Thank you.
I'm like all about, networking and making the connection. So I appreciate this. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thanks a lot for joining us.
All right. Thank
Bye.
you.
Thank
Bye,
you.
guys. Bye.
Okay, so just a couple of quick updates here. We're going to do a giveaway now. And I know Leticia's been like, so it's very simple to enter the giveaway. And I want to thank everyone who's still tuning in and watching. We're going to, I think, give away a pillow today. And all you have to do is put hashtag love StreamYard. If you put I love StreamYard, that's okay. So Leticia's going to, let's just give it 2 to 3 minutes.
I'm ready.
Here.
I'm
Are you
ready now. Yeah.
Well, how about this? Let's see if anyone else, if you didn't forget, how about this? I'll give you 60 seconds.
60 seconds. Yes.
If you did not put in, if you want to enter for this giveaway, just put in hashtag love StreamYard in the comments. Leticia will add that. So Leticia, I see we've got Ed here. We've got Mario to add as well. We've got Down Under Cruisers joining. It's a new person there. Good to see you.
Down Under Cruisers. Okay.
And I'll have to get the link. I know, if for those of you who don't win, if you want to buy StreamYard merch, we have these, let me see if I can show you this. We have these really nice hoodies, for example, the StreamYard hoodies. We've got coffee mugs, t-shirts, pillows, and whatnot. We do have a store as well. I'll have to get the link to that, but we do have a store. Awesome. Okay, so about another 30 seconds. And then I'm going to let Leticia bring all this up. So do me a favor, Leticia, when you get the we're gonna use wheeled names, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna use wheeled names. That's the tool we're using for the giveaway. I know that we have a better giveaway tool that we use for the town hall, but I don't have access to that at the moment. So
soon.
And Remy, I think you won last week. Do me a favor, PM me your information. You've got that, and then we'll make sure to get that one out to you. Okay,
right.
cool. So
let's get started.
Let's let Leticia pull this up.
Let's pull her up.
And then Reginald, while she's pulling that up, so the tool she's using is was it Wheel of Names, I think?
Yep.
Yeah, wheelofnames.com. There is some work that has to be done on the part of the host, but this is a free tool for picking a giveaway winner. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. So before you spend, let me go and bring this up. So we're gonna do our giveaway, and we're gonna bring up this, and here we go. So we got a lot of entries here.
We got
Very
30
cool.
names.
That's only 30, man. Wow.
Yeah.
So let's let Leticia run this, and then the winner, what I'm going to have you do is I'm going to have you
Jeff in the zone.
Very cool. So Jeff in the zone, if you're watching, do me a favor. I'm going to have you send me a private message on Facebook. I figure out probably a better way to do that, but send me a private message on Facebook. So congrats on that. That's pretty awesome. Let's see. Jeff in the zone, right?
Jeff in the zone.
Awesome. So shoot me a private message, and what we'll do is we'll get you we'll get that sent out to you. This has been an awesome show, actually. So part of me is like, I want to keep going, but part of me is like, I'm also tired, and I think my camera's going to run out of battery. But yeah, I know. So no, this has been really awesome. I know. I just want to run through just a couple of quick announcements with everyone, and then we're going to wrap things up. So let me just find this real quick. So we've got some really good shows coming up. I know that we have. Let me see. So we've got quite a few, actually. So today's what, Saturday. So tomorrow at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we have the StreamYard Town Hall. It's where our co-founders Gage and Dan, where they basically go on and talk about what's new in StreamYard. We talk about like upcoming features. They might have questions for you. So if you're a customer, for example, or if you're a StreamYard user, we want to like hear from you. We want to like get feedback from you. If you're like, hey, I'd really like this feature, or they have a question maybe that might be related to something we're thinking about launching, they might ask that there. So that's going to be the first thing. That's on Sunday, tomorrow night at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Now, in addition to that, we also have, and I got to get the date here because it's really important. So we've got International Women's Day, right, Leticia? I think that's coming up.
Yes.
What day is that? So tell our viewers a little bit about that.
It's going to be International Women's Day. I'm going to be on panel with some awesome, amazing elite ladies as well. That's going to be on Monday, the 8th from 3 to 5. So y'all definitely want to tune in for that.
I'm going to put the link here. So it's International Women's Day. This is the YouTube channel option, but I think we're probably streaming it also into the Facebook group as well. So it's not part of the Facebook group. It's facebook.com/groups/StreamYard. So feel free to join us there as well. If you have any, if you want to join, we'd love to have you join us there. You can ask questions. You can get help. You can have audio questions, any video questions, show graphic questions, any of that stuff as well. You can put your questions in there. We've got a group of about 20,000 plus. So feel free to join us there. With that, I think we're going to wrap things up, right, Leticia?
Yep, that's right. That's right.
So I want to thank everybody for tuning in. We will see you all. So here's a quick note. So next week's show is not going to, we're not going to be, so you're not going to have Leticia and I on next Saturday. Next Saturday at 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we're going to be doing, we're going to have a show. It's called YouTube Channel Reviews. So if you happen to have a YouTube channel and you want to get your channel reviewed, Daniel Batal and I think Dee Neman, they've run that show. It's going to be next Saturday, 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time here, youtube.com/StreamYard app, I think. So it's youtube.com/StreamYard. But feel free to join them for that. And then Leticia and I will be coming back the following week, which I think what's the date there, Leticia?
Oh, I got to check my calendar here.
The 20th. We'll be back on the 20th. Yes. Yeah. We'll be back on the 20th. And then the 13th is going to be Daniel and D, they're going to be doing the YouTube channel reviews. So next Saturday, YouTube channel reviews, and then the following week, live stream reviews. So I want to thank everyone for joining. We will see you all in 2 weeks, but be sure to join the YouTube channel reviews if you have a YouTube channel and you want to have them look at it. They do a great job. It's one of my favorite shows to join and tune into, because I will say this. I mean, even having been on YouTube for quite a number of years, I still take away a lot of really good information.
Me
from
too. So much information. Yeah.
Awesome. So this has been great. So I want to thank you all for tuning in. I mean, this is the longest live stream I've done. So thank you so much. But we'll see you all.
We broke the record.
Thanks a lot, everyone. Have a great weekend. Bye.